Good evening, folks, and welcome to yet another exciting race for the Elite Racing season here live on YouTube. We are no other place than with the Lady in Black. Yes, I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves tonight because tonight we have 500 miles ahead of us on one of NASCAR's most prestigious racetracks here, Darlington, South Carolina. Take a look at the as we take a look at the today's start and weather-wise. I'll bring in my colleague, Rishav. Rishav, we are in for an excellent night here tonight. I'm excited because this is a crown jewel event, our second in about 4 races here, but somebody's going to come home with hosting up a trophy and a lot of bragging rights.
Yeah, I mean, it's another one of our big events right here in the Elite Racing Leagues, and it's coming very soon after just our Daytona 500. So, back-to-back, or not back-to-back, but very quickly after one another, big endurance 500-mile races for these guys. So, I mean, you've got to be ready early on in this season. And, I mean, it's obviously one of the biggest races that we have. You're going to see all throughout tonight. We've got a lot of throwbacks on guys' cars. Of course, it's throwback week here in Elite, and I'm going to need your help, Alex, of course, to help me identify what cars are which throwback to which drivers. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be exciting. You know, the Lady in Black is always tricky, and these drivers have a lot of work to do here to make it through 367 laps tonight, I believe.
The first stage will be 115 laps. As we are about to get underway. The Southern 500, presented to you by Elite Racing League, is underway. We're waving the green flag here at Darlington.
Yeah, Chad Thornquist with the pole position there in that number 92 car. Immediately takes over the lead there, and we're going to see here just kind of this single file almost, I guess, through the first couple corners. You saw a couple of guys going double file through turns 1 and 2, but it's tricky. And, already a car off there, and I think that was David Westergreen. No.
And he pounds the inside wall out of turn number 2. We stay under the green flag, but a lot of damage already for one competitor. We didn't even make it half the lap, and it is our good friend David Westergreen there with heavy damage on the left side of that Ford Mustang.
Oh, man, you hate to see that for David there. We can hop back quickly and see the replay as guys are still under green flag racing here. But yeah, I mean, you hate to see that. He had a good qualifying as well, qualified just outside the top 10. But Westergreen loses it, and I was just going to say they're running side by side off of turn number 2 is a little bit tricky, but here's this replay here. You see he just gets a little bit low there off the corner, and the car just goes slamming into the inside wall. That's a rough start there for 500 miles for David Westergreen.
And I can't tell you enough how iRacing gets they scan the racetrack. There's a bump right there that kind of gets the car out of control. We've seen that in real life. I remember earlier this season at Darlington, we saw both Cole Custer and Eric Almirola both have trouble on that very same section of the racetrack right there. And unfortunately, I believe it was actually last year, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. wrecked in the same way on the first lap once we came back to green for the first time since the pandemic started early last year. So that is just unfortunate for David Westergreen there. Turn 2, I have a feeling, is going to claim more victims before the night is through.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I myself am a Jimmy Johnson fan. I remember the pain of watching Jimmy Johnson win a stage and then, just after crash in that same exact place. I know you probably enjoyed that, I'm sure.
Actually, no, I was sad because that was only going to be his 3rd ever stage win, and he had it in style right there. But you're right. I mean, again, that was turn 2, where we seen Chad Frankenfield underneath Tyler Fody in that 40 car there. It ended well for him, but it hasn't for folks in the past, as we've already shown.
Yeah, so it's tricky there, and Fody right now looks to be struggling maybe a little bit to get underway. Chad was able to dispose of that 40 pretty quickly, and now already the 0-3 of Dylan Thomas is on the back bumper of this 40 car. So keep an eye out right now on Tyler Fody. He might be taking it a little bit easy. Darlington's a rough surface. Tire wear, I'm sure, is going to be a factor in this race in terms of how guys are going to play this out. And again, we know Tyler Fody in these longer races tends to save his best for later in the stint. So look out for that. He might be losing some positions early on here, but if he's saving more than the rest of these guys, that could certainly benefit.
Tire wear is something we'll be talking about later on tonight, as well as the fuel window. It ranges between 70 to 80 laps. Let's also real quickly tell you what the stages are for tonight. We will have 115 laps for each of the stages here. However, we will not see a traditional yellow flag break in between them. So what that means is that we will award a bonus point for whoever is leading at the time, but the race will continue under green. That is, unless an incident has already. As we see a couple of competitors there get their Darlington stripe, and the yellow flag is out. Right as that happened there, I think I saw the 14 of Casey Hatch test the outside wall. Yeah, and the first yellow flag of the day.
Harrison Talon here slow on the racetrack. Let's take a look and see what happened there.
Not a lot of damage, but some damage already on that 23 DoorDash, I believe, Toyota Camry.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's a good-looking race car there for Harrison Talon. Unfortunately, some severe damage, I think, to the right side of that car, it kind of looks like. We'll see what happened in this replay. Might have been turn 2, actually, is where this all took place. So it'll be... Here we go, if we can see. It's actually going to be heading into turn number 1, actually. It starts all the way here. See, Talon just loses the car, gets up to the wall there, maybe getting, like you said, a Darlington stripe or two, gets down low. There's that bump, I think, coming out of turn number 2. It really hit him hard.
Yeah, the lady in black does not discriminate. Every one of these drivers is going to be attacking that section of the racetrack here as we have our first pit stops of the night here, with some people already taking advantage to make some needed adjustments.
Yeah, a few cars here on pit road. Joshua Furr, RC Enerson. Ooh, there's some damage down on RC's car. I want to take a look at replay, see if we can figure out what happened there. That's a lot of damage to the right side of that 50 car.
You'll often hear us refer to the Darlington stripe. I wish we had a counter to tell you exactly what cars have hit it versus the cars that have not. That'd probably be easier for you at the end of the night. But Darlington, it has such a narrow groove. Such a narrow groove here that to keep that car out of trouble and out of the wall, it takes attention to detail inside the race car, of which a lot of drivers, even in real life, find themselves having trouble. And we've already seen it play out numerously here tonight. Take a look at the 50 car of RC Anderson heading into that dreaded, actually this turn 3 and 4, he just gets high. This is what I saw, both he and the 4 car right as that caution flag came out. I saw him get that damage right there. They're just carrying a lot of momentum. And unfortunately, some sheet metal damage early on. Hopefully they can get that buffed out.
Yeah, so we'll keep following that in terms of, how the car continues to drive. But, that's something, Darlington is a track that I've actually, in the past been able to find reasonable pace at. But to be consistent over the course of 500 miles is so tricky, like you're saying. I mean, turns 1 and 2, you can maybe run too wide if you've got two great racers there. But turns 3 and 4, I mean, man, that's so narrow. You've got basically one line, and it's right up against the wall. So, you are working on such fine margins. It's so tricky to get, just one lap right around this racetrack, let alone 367. So, expect a few cautions here tonight, unfortunately. But hopefully guys kind of get things rolling. And with the higher pace, I think, that people are running at, even if guys do get up into the wall, they can kind of still keep rolling through the corners without worrying about, maybe falling back into traffic and hitting and causing, crashes and cautions and things like that. So hopefully we get a little bit more green flag running than we have in a couple of weeks prior.
Yeah, we already know what Loudon was to these guys. We actually prefer not to talk about it there. I've been handed an NDA for that race there. But Michigan, definitely a bright spot of the season there. We saw a great run to the finish here. I am excited to see what we will see tonight.
Yeah, so I mean, we'll kind of go through this throughout the race, but talk to me, Alex, if you know the throwbacks that we've got here on the front row on our screen right now, the 92 and the 56.
So the 56 definitely looks like a throwback there. I was gonna say it's carrying some Pennzoil colors, so that tells me like perhaps I would imagine like Joey Logano, even Kurt Busch, but I'm not entirely sure on that competitor because I am what do you call it?
It might be a Kevin Harvick.
It could be Kevin Harvick 2010ish or so as well too. So I see a great Terry Labonte paint scheme there. I believe just right behind Tyler Foding there. That is an excellent tribute to the Iron Man and a guy that's won here multiple times, including the Southern 500 in real life. So that is a great Kellogg's. Everybody knows that car. Just what do you call it from that paint scheme when Kellogg's was on board there with Terry Labonte in the early 90s. So that's a great throwback right there.
Yeah, Chris,
I see
right.
Matt Kenseth's throwback as well in there. We'll go through some of these drivers, and I'll be able to look through my notebook and/or my memory bank and see what happens as the night goes on. But that is so far the 20 car. That's Chris Wright. Yeah, that is my favorite that I've seen. A little bit of Harry Grant and Dylan D. Thomas there in that 3 car there, Mr. September 1st, actually today. Appropriate throwback on that 03 machine as we see the front 4. I think that 5 or so, actually the top dozen or so, are now single file, but a little bit loose. We saw one competitor lose. That was Andrew Rucker in that 64 car, a throwback tribute to Matt Kenseth in that DeWalt machine, but he got loose out of turn number 4, and you see him gathered up, but he'll lose a spot to Jared Rexing in the process.
Yeah, I was going to say, with Jared Rexing running a throwback to Jeff Green every single week, does this count as a throwback? So, how are we judging this on Jared Rexing?
That is a great throwback, but you're right. We've seen it before. I do like, and obviously Jeff Green is in this race. I think you said that earlier, or it was last week about, I think there were 2 other competitors that'll be throwing tributes to Jeff Green. So he'll be running around the track being like, hey, I know that guy. I've seen that guy.
Absolutely. You see a little bit further back, too wide there with the 95 of Josh Adams. And I love this 86 here from Colin Ferd.
Is that the throwback to Cars Big Chick? Oh, that's great. Okay, Chris Wright, move over. That is awesome. Hostile takeover bank from the movie Cars, released back in 2006.
I love this because Colin Fern, I think, viewed by many, even some of us up here in the booth, certainly someone viewed him as the villain here in the field. He's not afraid to ruffle some feathers, and the Chick Hicks paint scheme suits him perfectly. This is a great throwback when I saw it put together. Ooh, as we see a car just behind him lose it. I think that was, who was that? Brandon Key there, slow off the corner, but looks like he saves it. No damage on that 99 car.
Gonna grab the gear and perhaps get a change of underwear as well. His night almost came to an end right there on the exit of turn number 4, but he gathers it up. But as we were talking about Colin Fern, that is that's great.
There's going to be some great paint schemes through here, but I think it's going to be tough to beat that one from Colin Fern. That one, I can't remember who painted that for him. I want it off the top of my tongue. I want to say it was Michael Goodman, but I'm going to wait and make sure on that. But man, oh man, that did a great job. Whoever did paint that was a fantastic paint scheme.
I see Tyler Fody in the 40 car. I think he's running a tribute to Sterling Marlin. Some of that Coors Light paint scheme right there. I see essence of the Rockies on the bottom of that race car. I don't know how close we can zoom in.
If we want to see the side of the race car, we're pretty close.
I see the Rockies actually right there. So that's a pretty neat tribute as you see just how close these guys are running to the outside wall. That is a good paint scheme by a man, Sterling Marlin. Who's done a lot and is known throughout the racing world. Very much so. So an excellent tribute right there. I mean, he's having a good run there, running along in the 4th position. He's only lost 1 spot since the drop of the green flag there. Still inside the top 5.
Yeah, he really is. I do want to take point here. We've got a battle here going on for the lead. Actually, just as a yellow flag has come out here, and Corey Abbott looks like he's the cause of this. Let's take a look at what happened here to this 21 car. Just gets loose off of 4. Oof. Hard hit to the inside wall there, but
yes, a lot of damage right there. He'll immediately be towed back to assistance. Hopefully the day's not done, but keep in mind, we'll reiterate the rule: if you fall more than 6 laps or more down, you are considered done, and iRacing officials will have you leave the event.
Yeah, so let's see if we can grab another angle at this maybe, but just is there maybe a bump there or something like that off of 4? That's an interesting place to kind of lose the rear end of the car there. Kind of struggling with that. You saw from Corey Abbott. I don't know if we've seen too many people lose the rear end off of 4 quite yet.
Well, and keep in mind with the new rear independent suspension on these race cars there, that just might be a handling issue these guys are not used, so maybe there's not such a bump, but them still trying to figure out the car as we see our pole sitter go down pit road and kind of a split strategy throughout the rest of the field. We'll see how much new tires will play a factor into here tonight.
So Chad Thornquist, who I'm actually not sure if he's made a start yet this season. So to show up here, I think missed out on qualifying for a couple of events, but now comes in and puts that car on pole. So incredible job by this open driver, but comes down pit road here. We'll see, though, how the strategy plays out compared to pretty much everybody else who was running up front coming down. He is sharing a strategy here with Tyler Fody, though, so you certainly feel a little bit better about yourself, I think, if you got Fody on that same strategy as you. But we'll keep an eye out on kind of how this fares for these guys. Fody, Thomas, Matthew Weeks all followed Thornquist out of pit row, but they're going to line up 14th, 15th, 16th, and on back.
Our second caution flag of the night is out, and it hands the lead over to Tate Lytle, and I believe what would be a Kevin Harvick tribute paint scheme. As we round the corner, perhaps we give us a chance to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with the action here just in a moment.
My name is John Cunningham with C2 Freight Resources. We are a Hub Zone certified logistics company here in Houston, Alabama. We've been in business for over 20 years, working with the Department of Defense and the federal government, among many other customers. C2 is committed to truckload shipments along with less than truckload shipments across the United States, Canada, and Mexico. Our high level of service is what keeps our customers coming back year after year. Our industry-leading transportation management software, along with our tracking software, allow our customers to know where their shipments are at any time, any day. In closing, C2 Freight looks forward to earning your trust and business through actions day in and day out. We know if given the opportunity, you'll be pleased with our service and communication.
That'll be fun, though. We have to. I mean, we have 500 miles to fill.
Absolutely, yeah. So welcome back to the Southern 500, and we cannot wait to get back to Green Flag Racing here. I was just talking to Alex here in the booth during the break that got a little bit of a challenge for him over the course of this race, and I suppose we can get at least the first part of it done here. So we're going to take a look here at the number 3 car of Dylan Thomas. What car, or what driver, excuse me, is this throwing back to in this number 03 car?
I thought it was Harry Gant.
You are correct.
Yes.
All right. So what?
Like I said, Mr. September. That paint scheme right there reminds me of what used to be Skoll tobacco company.
You got that perfectly.
I'm glad I have. I got one throughout the night. That might not be. What do you call it? My average might go down, but at least I have one.
I'll keep going back to this and keep. I've got a cheat sheet here, and I'm not going to tell Alex where I got it from. So hopefully he doesn't figure that out, and we can keep having some fun with these throwbacks. But we're about to get back to Green Flag Racing here at Darlington.
Tate Lytle and Chad Frankenfield, they're 2x2, and they're through the restart zone, back underway here at Darlington. Lady in Black has already had some fun with some competitors in the back of the pack. What will happen now, as we are less than 90 laps to complete stage 1 here in Darlington. Jared Rexing in that 10 car to the outside.
A couple of guys looking too wide here. That was Daniel Martinez maybe looking on Jeff Green here in this number 38. So a bit of a different look for him. Not actually sure. I'd have to take a look.
Oh, trouble!
We've
Right
got a
up
spin.
front. It's going to be Tate Lytle, the leaders. Oh, my goodness. More than half the field has to get through this carnage as Tate Lytle spins from the lead.
No, Tate Lytle's
and
still
everybody.
up front. Tate Lytle is still up front here, but Jared Rexing looks like was involved in that. All right, we're going to have to scroll back here and figure out exactly what happened and where this all started.
This is the fear that a lot of people have starting tonight is correct. It's my mistake. It was
the 20 car.
Chris Wright.
Yeah.
in front of more than half the field.
So Jeff Green, Chris Wright there, Gerald Campbell, all involved in that. Man, I think who else was in there? I saw one more car. Was that Jacob Adams?
I think Scott Crump in the 90 car. You see him turn around. Brandon Key gets through it. And my mistake there, a lot of similar paint schemes. So I thought that was I just saw red in.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you.
Yellow car right there.
I thought it was tape for a
Gerald
second
Campbell
as well.
that got around after contact with the 20 of Chris Wright. Thankfully, I saw Chris Wright. He took the majority of the damage right there, and I think Gerald Campbell, our reigning champion, might also have an issue. But a lot of those guys, I think, thankfully, they were able to slow it down before majority of the field had got through it. But man, on a restart no less, I often say this all the time, when the leader has a problem, it becomes everyone's problem.
Yeah, so I saw involved in that Gerald Campbell, Trey Holmes and Scott Crump officially recognized this crash in that, but we saw a couple of other cars there. Chris Wright, of course, was the one who initiated that whole situation. And Jared Rexing, of course, involved in that as well. So I mean, that's right up at the front of the pack there as well, so everybody had to kind of duck and dodge to avoid that.
A lot of heavyweight contenders here tonight that we all thought would be a factor, including that 20 car. He was running along fourth when that accident happened, the 31. Now, this is not day is done damage, but Rashov, what's it like now piloting a damaged race car? Does it ever drive the same in iRacing?
It never really does, and you hate that, of course, as a driver, especially when kind of you're sitting in pit box and it says, you have 0 seconds of damage to repair on the car, but, you drive it out of pit box and you can still feel there's something off about it, and that's painful as a driver because you know, of course, how good the car can drive, especially at this point in the race. You've done enough laps with it. I mean, depending on, each of the driver's situations, it can still be drivable and you can still manage a result out of it, but, you're putting yourself in a rough situation for sure, and this early on in the event, you're in for a long night for sure, so it's tough on these drivers.
Long night just got tougher for a lot of competitors running inside the top 10 as we clean up our third caution flag of the night. The Tilson Southern 500 is presented to you by Blue Egg Marketing. You see C2 Freight as well. Glad you could join us here for tonight's Crown Jewel event. Race number 4 of the season here in Darlington, South Carolina.
All right, we are zoomed in on the 50 car of RC Anderson because I am ramping up the difficulty fairly significantly. Because because RC is throwing back to a car that is not from NASCAR. So first of all, does this at all look familiar to you? We'll start with that.
Okay. Lee, can you give me a series if it's not throwing back to NASCAR?
It is from
what
Le Mans.
Could it possibly be throwing back? I mean, there's so much motorsports.
It's from Le Mans.
Motorsports racing here. Can I get the series at least? Can you give me a hint on that?
Yes. So it's from a Le Mans car.
That's what I was thinking. Darn. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I do not know. It's brilliant there. It's a little bit crinkled up on the left side.
It is. It's
the right side.
It's a Mario Andretti Porsche.
I see that. Interesting to know, and I'd like to know, all these drivers, we've known about this race for months. I'd like to know what made him pick that paint scheme to throw back to. Obviously, Mario Andretti.
Not a bad driver to throw back to for sure. Yeah, RC as well, an IndyCar driver, of course, in real life. So Mario Andretti right up in that wheelhouse there as well.
I would love to know how often and how soon these guys decided on their throwback here. It's excellent here. Isn't this just amazing as we are returning back to green here, but just the dedication that we see from not only these drivers here, but guys that aren't on the racetrack, perhaps, that are painting these wonderful but virtual machines. I mean, there's a lot of work that goes into these paint schemes right here, and I'm glad we're able to show them off here tonight.
Yeah,
we'll go through the entire field here tonight, so everybody will get a chance to kind of shine. Hopefully it'll be for a right reason, not the wrong reason of them being in the wall. As we see Colin Fern take it all the way to the inside wall right there.
I think Colin Fern might have just gotten loose there.
I think somebody just said ka-chow right by him right there.
Yeah, and we're actually we're under green flag racing here, but there was a crash a little bit further back between Zach Evans and Scott Haney. So that actually, this happened on the front straightaway just now, but that did not bring out the caution flag. So very interesting to note there. So those guys are going to keep running. We're still under green flag racing here as Chad Thurnquist completes the pass there on Josh Adams to move up into third. And we also saw just ahead Colin Fern there. I think hit that bump off of turn 2.
Oh, we got a car on the wall, turn 2 right there. And who was that? I think that was the 83, or was that David Tooker in the 19? I thought it was a darker color car than that.
Might have been this 83.
It stacked them up.
Yeah, for sure. So keep an eye out. And this 83, I mean, you can certainly tell exactly what this is. If we get in a little bit closer, I'm sure you can even recognize this particular paint scheme, right, Alex?
I'm trying to. It's a little bit dark on my screen there. I just see it being black and gold. I'm
not from NASCAR. I'll say that.
It's not from NASCAR. Okay. As we take a look, there obviously some heavy right side damage on the race car there. He is able to gather it up there and keep going. But for now, actually pulling over there, that car might be a little bit more damaged than what we think. But it's not from NASCAR. If it's not from NASCAR, then I say this is not fair. I know my NASCAR paint schemes right there. I don't know all the other ones there, but you'll have to throw me a bone.
Yeah, this is an Ayrton Senna Lotus Formula One car.
Oh, that was my third guess.
Oh yeah. There you go. So yeah, Daniel Martinez there thrown back to Ayrton Senna. Beautiful looking car here, again done by JD Designs. They do all the paint schemes for Fueled Up Racing and Pro Edge. So this Toyota up here, this Kevin Harvick scheme done by that design company as well. Or I say company, but it's one guy, John, who does a fantastic job with all these paint schemes. All the Fueled Up cars as well have these, so we'll continue going through and looking at throwbacks. But we've got a battle going on for the lead here, and heck, we've got a battle going on for third as well. Chad Thurnquist versus Colin Fern.
Yeah, and it looks like Thurnquist will take a look to the inside. Fern will yield that position. Look how close, though, the 56 car is using that outside groove to his advantage. That is able to get him to run off the corner there. In the 15, he had to look to the inside, but just wasn't able to put the power down in order to complete the pass. Now we see it's such a unique lane and line entering 1 and 2 versus how you enter in turn 3 and 4. And we'll talk about that and why that is later on in this race.
Here comes Thurnquist. That 92 car is so quick around this racetrack right now. He's doing a good job keeping off the wall. Just look at how he's able to slice past these drivers. He does have fresher tires, I think, than these 4, which is certainly helping. But man, oh man, the pace advantage that Chad Thurnquist has right now is pretty significant. And expect him to take over the lead within the next couple of laps, I'd expect.
And this is something where if you went in and decided to take tires, this is how it's going to play out in your favor. This is exactly what you hope to do with your strategy, to be able to get back to the lead. He had started back in traffic there, I think, around the 12th or so position, but he's obviously been able to make good use of that Goodyear rubber there, and now he'll take the lead. Our pole setter proving an excellent job there after missing a couple of races already this season. Now he's ready to put that 92 car at the point.
Yeah, already on that lap where he passed Tate Lytle. I mean, you can see how he's gapping Tate here, but on that last lap, I think half a second already faster than Tate Lytle and Frankenfield. So, significant pace advantage right now for these fresh tires on Thurnquist's car. He's going to try and extend a gap out because if we can stay green, that's going to be huge for him. Meanwhile, Fern here trying to make a move on Chad Frankenfield into turn number 1. Too wide into 1. Yeah, Frankenfield is wise there to back out of that one and allow Fern to make that move. Frankenfield will just have to come back on that 86. You really do not want to go too wide in turn 1.
No, not unless you really have to, and that was a point where you did not. So the 15 yielding that position there, move Colin Fern up. But Matthew Weeks to the inside. This is a section of the racetrack where you can run too wide there. And you see Matthew Weeks trying to get on the inside of the 15 car. Now the question is, he didn't complete the pass. What will happen as they enter turn number 1? The 15's going to hold that position there, but my goodness. Close quarter racing as the 15
finally backs out of it, yeah.
Yeah, into the gas, and he'll get behind the 11 car, trying to minimize the bleeding in front of the 40 car of Tyler Fody.
Yeah, I think at that point you've got to realize you're on lap 30 of 367, and you know, guys are making aggressive moves here, and I think also Frankenfield, you know, all these guys have pitted in for tires. All of them pitted on lap 20 compared to Frankenfield, who's on the same tires since the start of this race. So, you know, he might have been banking on a caution to come relatively quickly. Right now, that caution hasn't come out, and Frankenfield's going to struggle with that if we stay green here for some time. So keep an eye out. This 15 car, though, I think is going to continue falling because all of these guys have so much more pace thanks to those tires.
Tell the folks at home that there were 14 sets of tires given to these guys here. So what the 15 has over the competition that he's losing to is an extra set of tires should we get a rash of yellow flag fever happening here at Darlington as they go by the wounded car. Scott Haney, you saw in that shot. That's one lap down for the 3 car who had wrecked but did not bring out a caution. He's hoping for one. Perhaps that's not him. And I believe that's a throwback paint scheme from Dale Earnhardt, I believe, in that red Coca-Cola paint scheme. That's what that reminds me of. See a little bit of smoke in front of these guys.
Yeah, didn't see anything that might have caused that smoke on our tracker here. But yeah, we're continuing to follow Chad Frankenfield's kind of fall right now down the field. And you see there the 23 car, but he's just left pit road, so that's Harrison Talon coming back out. Maybe repairing some of that damage from earlier in this race.
There's the 29. Having a good run there. He is Trevor Elam inside the top 10. In fact, he is just in front of the 37 car, Ethan Burrell. And that is a paint scheme. I remember that paint scheme. Had a wild one at the end of, I believe it was the 2011 Southern 500. What do you call it? Do you know who won that race? I'm going to put you on the spot there.
Oh, boy. I'm not ready for this. 2011 Southern 500. Man, I'm trying to think who's racing in 2011. I mean, it's a Budweiser scheme, so I'm going to go... No, but 2011, I think Dale Jr. had already moved over to Hendrick, hadn't he?
Yes, yeah. So this was not
Kevin
a Dale Jr. It was Kevin Harvick.
Yeah.
But that's a Kevin Harvick paint scheme. Kevin Harvick did not win that race.
Oh.
You see David Tooker with the a slide job. That paint scheme is familiar because it was a wreck that happened in the closing laps between him and Kyle Busch. And if you remember, they'll show, because the Southern 500 is coming earlier or later on this week, I'm pretty sure they'll show Kevin Harvick going after Kyle Busch at the end of that checkered flag to decide it wasn't that Budweiser 29 black paint scheme. Going after Kyle Busch there, and they were not too happy with one another on pit road. And in fact, Kyle was behind the 29 car who got out of his car. Kevin got out of his car, and Kyle was like, "Oh, I'm not waiting to be punched in the helmet." So he actually moved the car on pit road. He
oh, I've seen that video.
Exactly. So you know exactly what happened right there.
Yeah.
That is the car that I remember. That was that black paint scheme here at Darlington. The man who did win it, though, he is a pit reporter for Fox Sports 1, Regan Smith. Only win.
How about that? And a big race as well. Yeah, wow. It's an impressive place to get the job done.
Yeah, that was with the 78 car for Furniture World Racing back at the time. And quite the feat for a small team at the time, with Regan Smith not having the backing that we expect other big-name drivers to have when they come to Darlington and win this race.
Yeah,
Up front, you're not missing much, though. Chad Thornquist has now put the gap at over 4 seconds in front of that 11 car who's now been able to inherit second place.
Yeah, Thornquist right now kind of running away with it because he got that gap, between, everyone else who's on these fresher tires because they all had to take some time to get through all of the guys who haven't pitted yet. So big advantage right now for Thornquist. Even on that last lap, I think he's, running identical laps to the guys behind. So, he's not necessarily pulling out a lead, but he's also not losing any kind of lead here to the rest of this pack. So doing a good job out front in this number 92 car. Just needs to stay consistent. The more I look at this, the more I'm thinking, and I might be able to recognize what this is. Is this an Excedrin car from Jimmy Johnson's Xfinity days, or Busch Series days, I suppose, back in the day?
Well, he did drive that 92 car there.
Yeah.
And it very much well could be. But don't you have the cheat sheet on your list?
I actually don't have this car on my cheat sheet. So not everybody reported their throwbacks, I suppose. So it's tough for me to get everybody. I was just going through the ones that I knew for sure. The other ones I'm kind of guessing on here as well.
Well, an excellent paint scheme, and right now it's very much excellent out in the lead. He is running along by himself. That's kind of, if you're by yourself at Darlington, they're making those good laps. You saw that earlier this year for Truex Jr. Was really able to keep pace with him. You're doing something. Let's take a look as this battle for 6 is heating up.
Yeah, Dylan Thomas here just dropped 3 positions down that straightaway, so struggling right now in the 03, and you see him loose in turn 1 and 2. Something's wrong with that car there. He's dropping positions like crazy. Not too sure what happened to him there, yeah.
Well, talk to me about tire wear. Can you abuse one of these tires so much so that that's what we're seeing here?
So I'm not 100% sure if this has the latest tire model on iRacing, this particular car. I would assume it does, and if it does, then yes, you can pop a tire, but I think it's pretty tricky for guys to actually get to that point. It doesn't look like he's got a tire down, especially considering he stayed out. He might have just maybe gotten loose and was uncomfortable getting back onto power there. But no, I mean, you can absolutely wear these tires down. I'd assume the front rights on these cars are getting absolutely destroyed around a racetrack like this. So you've got to keep an eye out on that throughout this race and throughout each stint, just to make sure that you can last the entire way. I mean, you look at the likes of Colin Fern, Tate Lytle, Chad Frankenfield, who've been out, on the racetrack since the start on this set of tires, and they're definitely starting to feel. Those cars are probably getting extremely tight underneath them, and they're having to deal with that and coming out of the throttle, a lot earlier through the corner.
We'll keep an eye on that as we see the gaggle of cars will not necessarily quit. Ethan Burrell underneath his teammate David Tooker. That is a battle just brewing outside of the top 10. Running along, I believe. David Tooker, yes, in the 14th. Ethan Burrell in the 15th position. Pro Edge cars sort of struggling there early on, but we are not even 1/3 of this good race distance here tonight, so we'll see if they can perhaps make their way up to the point. To the 03 car, he seems to be confident now. He's making another pass. I'll put that the 95 car right behind him. And 99, we saw Brandon Key, he's back under power well. After an earlier spin, I believe, or not a spin, but an issue there that almost saw him go around in that car.
Yeah, for sure. So right now, reasonably spread out throughout this field. Tyler Cody struggling maybe a little bit getting by Jeff Green here, and that's allowed Hank Steinmiller to catch up to this 40 car. Hank Steinmiller actually won our Southern 500 last season, if I'm correct. So keep an eye out for the 63. He's certainly going to be a guy to watch out for as this race continues along. Hank can certainly be a massive threat at this racetrack.
Let's take a look at that paint scheme right there. If I'm going to remember my, what do you call it? A NASCAR. If this is the NASCAR paint scheme, I'm getting very much Kevin Harvick, Reese's Pieces vibes from that race car there. I believe he ran a Busch Series car at the time, similar to that paint scheme. And am I right? Am I at all right?
I believe you are. I'm trying to dig through here and see if I can spot the one from Hank Steinmiller. He might have been one of the drivers that didn't report, though. Let me tell you, there are a lot of throwbacks here. And Throwback Week's been going on for a little while here, so it takes a little while for me to find everything. I don't believe he's reported exactly what that throwback is on that car, but I'd be shocked if you were wrong.
I'd be shocked there, too. That's exactly the same type of colors right there. Kevin Harvick, who had so much success in what's now the Xfinity Series there, doing a great job as well. And that kind of pay. Actually, he was really good even before starting his Cup career, as he gets a little loose underneath the 40 car, but he'll gather it up. We know Hank Steinmiller, if you have a win like the Southern 500 underneath your belt, then we know you know what it takes to get around here at Darlington. So No harm, no foul for the 63 car. Coming up in that picture, though, is Trevor Elam in that 29.
Yeah, Trevor's doing a really good job right now, and he's quickly catching these guys. You know, that last lap, 0.3 of a second faster, despite the fact that they all have the same age on their tires here. We'll take a look here at pit strategy, and you can see there the top 4 all on this exact same pit strategy.
Well, it's Hayes Steinmiller with a big hit on the straightaway, and he's going to put on the brakes. Can he gather it up? He comes to a stop. Car looked very loose there, and we stay under
Still
the
green flag racing.
flag.
Yeah. Let's take a look and see what happened in this for Hank Steinmiller. That's such a strange place to lose it. It was basically halfway down the straightaway that he went up into the wall.
He was just chasing the race car, then he just wisely puts on the brakes. He's out of harm's way right there, but he has lost a ton of position, plus you add damage to the race car there. Now my question to you there, Rashad, these guys are starting to begin to see tire wear be a factor. Do we see perhaps drivers short pit here and put on some fresh rubber in hopes of perhaps another caution coming out early or even cycling through?
Well, it depends on kind of where your, what your fuel and tire strategy is, and I think we saw it was 70 to 80 laps, right, is I think what we heard from some drivers. So, you can go up to 80 laps. I think, maybe by the time we hit lap 70 with the cautions that we got would be the time to short pit if you're, someone like Hank Steinmiller right now. But taking into account, he's technically on fresher tires, but he can put himself effectively on the same strategy as the likes of Chad Frankenfield, Tate Lytle, those guys who were running up front earlier on in the event, who haven't pitted quite yet. So there's an option here for Hank Steinmiller to kind of bail on the strategy he's on right now and hopefully get some of that damage fixed. But I mean, there's only so much damage you can fix, especially when you're running this far back on the racetrack. If we pull up the track map here on the track, you can see the 63 highlighted heading into turn number 1. The 92 just heading onto the front straightaway, so he is not far from going a lap down around this racetrack, maybe about a third of the track ahead of your leader. So Steinmiller in a bit of a precarious position if he wants to short pit.
That is unfortunate for last season's winner here. The lady in black, we already said it. She does not discriminate, and she just now made the 63 her latest victim tonight.
Yeah, really unfortunate there for Steinmiller. We were just talking about the fact that, he should be a threat around a track like this. But we'll continue to evaluate and kind of see how the pace he's running is at. If we actually check out the last couple of laps from Hank Steinmiller, we can potentially see, where his pace has been. That last lap he ran was a 30.5. I mean, Chad Thornquist's last lap was a 30.5 as well, so there might still be pace in that car despite some of the damage there. So, don't count out Steinmiller if we get a caution and he's able to get back up in the field.
That was an abrupt hit to the outside wall right there, as you had mentioned, halfway down the backstretch. So that, to me, tells me he was chasing that car all the way, perhaps from turn 4.
Yeah, most likely. So it's, it looks like guys are struggling with the rear end, and that's at least consistent with what we've been seeing at all the different types of racetracks we've been going to so far. A bit of smoke there on the back straightaway, though not too sure. Didn't see anything about anybody losing their car there. So, yeah, not too sure what triggered that smoke there. Oh, actually, I might have an idea. Might have been Michael Goodman. We can see if we can hop back to a replay. Look at this one before.
He rounds off that car already. Yeah. No spoiler. So heavy damage. He's been involved in an incident here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Maybe there is interesting situation here. Yeah, because it showed Michael Goodman actually towing his car back to pit road. So not too sure what this damage occurred for him.
Interesting enough. That looks like a paint scheme, though, to the lady in black, to the man in black, Dale Earnhardt. As we have our 4th caution flag of the night.
Yeah, it's Dylan Thomas in the 03 car is the one who brings out this next caution. Here he is behind Tate Lytle, and just slams that wall coming off of turn 2, and around he goes.
A lot of damage right there, except for where he hit the wall, but that car was already perhaps on the fritz. But this is going to be a well-needed caution break for a lot of these guys as the leaders are in. And this is going to put everybody pretty much on the even playing field. The strategy working out very much so for that 92 car.
Yeah, and here comes everybody onto pit lane. And we'll see who our winners off of pit road are. You see there, that's kind of your top group as it is, and a lot of these guys staying out. So the first guy to come down pit road is Chad Thornquist. R.C. Enerson, Scott Crump both deciding, though, to stay out on the racetrack, interestingly enough.
That is very interesting, considering how tires have played well. Perhaps they're, to be honest, I'm not sure about that strategy. That is a different one, but we'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, it could also be for some lap lead points there for R.C. Enerson. Though, we'll kind of see how this plays out if he decides to come down pit road the next time by. It looks like they're ducking down both Crump and R.C. Enerson, and I think they are going to come to pit road here. So that should cycle Chad Thornquist back up to the lead, and he'll restart side by side with Tyler Fode.
All right, so our fourth caution flag of the night is out. We are going to use this to give us a chance to save our breath as well, because we have 500 miles to describe for you tonight. So we'll be right back with the restart here at Darlington. Don't go anywhere.
We're getting ready to go back to green flag racing here. And Alexander Ned's back with me as well. Chad Thornquist's going to lead the field back to green flag. And here we go. It's a nice jump on Tyler Fode. Now Fode's left to fend off Trevor Elam and Colin Fern. We're going to go 2x2 into turn number 1.
Colin Fern in that 86 car there, the 29 yielding that position. Good move to the outside lane. Thornquist gets a good bump, or good jump, there on the front. We see the 86 car, though, way below the racing surface right there. Perhaps just trying to gather that car up. But pretty much most of the field single file on our fifth restart of the night, working lap 74 of 367.
Yeah, inside the top 5 for the first time is the Response Energy car here of Jacob Adams. So Response Energy, one of our new premier sponsors here in the Elite Racing Leagues, have also come on board to sponsor the Jacob Adams car. So this rookie already with with a great sponsor on board, and that's great to see here. He's certainly putting in a good performance for these guys early on in the Southern Cup.
Adams is one of those competitors that needs a good run. If you remember earlier last week, he had that amazing flip to the end of the Speedway in Michigan there, 20 feet in the air. Did not finish that race. So he wants to have a good night here, and he's having one so far. We see the 37 car, Ethan Burrell. He's been able to crack the top 10 for the first time here tonight. And just in front of them, that's Joshua Fern. That 4 car also quietly having a good night here tonight.
Yeah, Campbell really coming back at these guys after that huge wreck earlier on. But that certainly hasn't slowed him down because, yeah, I mean, look at this. Gerald Campbell putting in competitive lap times, doing a great job right now.
This battle for third will not quit as, it's up to second. Trevor Elam there doing a great job there getting around Tyler Fody in the 40 car. He's putting about a car length lead in front and trying to give chase to that 92 car there, who's out with a big lead, about a second out of turn number 4. The 86 car on the back bumper, lapsing swing to the inside. This has been the trouble spot. Can he get there in order to try and test that position there? The 40 car is going to prevent that from happening for now, but that 86 car really wants to get to third place.
Yeah, you can tell he wants to get by those 40, but he's being smart about the overtake. He's not going to put himself in a risky position, which is nice to see. Side by side, he's 3 and 4. They're going to come a little bit tight here off the corner, but they do a good job, respectful racing between these two. Colin Fern's still there at the bumper of the 40, but he's going to back out of it to turn number 1 well again. Really wise not to go 2 by 2 into this first corner. It's just, you know, you have no idea what's going to happen if you can make it through there side by side.
And talk about the sense of urgency it is to use that new Goodyear rubber there, Rashad. These guys are all now on an even playing field. But we saw tire wear be a factor in that kind of long green flag stretch as we see the 86 car. He's not going to give up yet. Is that why we're seeing that 86 car try so hard to get around the 40 car? Eventually, he actually does so there on that extra section of the speedway.
Yeah, I mean, you know, generally, that's kind of the driving style we have here in Elite. Is these guys are aggressive and make moves early on in a run. You know, they want to get that track position more so than anything. And I think obviously this new car certainly benefits having track position, just with the way the aero works on it. Though, to be fair, I think this race we've seen great overtakes and things like that. It looks like guys have not really been struggling to make moves. You know, considering Darlington, you know, is a tricky track to overtake on anyways. So you know, you are aggressive for sure early on in the run because you've got that fresh rubber, but you know, you've also got to be smart about it and think, you know, this could go green for, you know, 60 laps. Last run went green for a solid you know, maybe 40 to 50 laps. So you've got to be ready for that kind of run. So, you know, you've got guys like Tyler Fody, who I think will completely back off early in a run to say, hey, I'm going to be there late. And you've got guys like Colin Fern who go really hard early on in the run and kind of hold on to the car in their track position as the run kind of goes on, or maybe hope for a caution shortly. So you kind of have to balance that and figure out what's best at each racetrack. There are certainly some tracks where you want to have short speed.
Caution is out for the 5th time here tonight. We will slow this race pace once again for an issue in the back of the pack. R.C. Anderson, the IndyCar driver, with an issue out of turn 2, and it collects another one. Lady in Black does not discriminate whether you're in NASCAR or IndyCar. And R.C. Anderson, who pilots an IndyCar in real life, with a troubling issue out of turn 2. He actually backs it hard into the inside wall right there.
Yeah, it might be day over there for RC, unfortunately. That's a hard hit to that 50 car, and there you see, I think, just issues. Might have even, I don't know if you can, but might have snapped a drive shaft or something in that. That car did not look like it wanted to go. Yeah, you hate to see that, but I mean, that's just, like you've been saying, you know, that turn 2 is so tricky, and it's so easy to lose your car there. That bump is there, and the way the banking kind of transitions back to straight down the back straightaway, it's much more abrupt than you find at other corners where it's maybe a bit more gradual. At Darlington, it really feels like you're going from banking straight to a flat surface. And, ooh, you see there Colin Fern on our screens overshoots his pit box a little bit.
That's going to cost him some time before service is completed. These guys only had about 10 green flag laps on their tires here, so you're going to see the field split as far as strategy. In fact, the 37 car, Ethan Burrell, he is going to stay out along with a number of other competitors. And we saw Colin Fern already with his issue, but the 29 Trevor Elam and the 92 Chad Thornquist, they were on pit road as well. That 37 car running along a iconic Darlington paint scheme there for throwback there, and anybody who knows NASCAR knows that is a tribute to the man himself, Ricky Craven, back in 2003, tied for the closest finish ever in NASCAR history, with the 2011. I believe, what was that? The Aaron's 499 at the time, as far as finishes in NASCAR history. But everybody knows the story between Ricky Craven and Kurt Busch coming to the line. I was a big Kurt Busch fan at the time back in 2003 there, and that was a race. Even though he finished second, I was just amazed at what happened. Those guys were side by side, beating and banging, sheet metal flying out. And they put it all on the line, and I mean, he missed it by that much, folks. The highlight of Ricky Craven's career.
Another great-looking paint scheme there for Ethan Burrell, another nod towards the history of the sport. It is a really unique event that they do here at Darlington, in real life, and of course here in Elite, the drivers have done a great job embracing this, this throwback event in all three series, really. They raced here in trucks. They raced here in Xfinity, and they're racing here in Cup. It's one of the few, weeks where kind of the three series align, and so they, of course, align for Daytona, and then they align for this great throwback week. And Elite's been doing a lot of throwbacks just towards, other things that have happened. It was great seeing some posts about, back when Elite made its, 100th race, back on the PlayStation 4 and back in those days. So it's pretty cool to see how far the league has come. From 12 cars showing up to compete, every Friday night or so, to us having 40-plus car fields, attempting to qualify to make the grid here, every single Wednesday, and we've got huge fields in Xfinity and trucks as well. So it's a testament to Chad Frankenfield and the league he's put on, and just how much this league has grown.
Couple of new players up front here as we go side by side. We're getting ready for the restart. 95, that's Joshua Adams to the inside. Jared Rexing and Joshua Clark in that 28 car having a good run. I want to point out that 64 car as well for paint schemes. That is obviously a throwback to Matt Kenseth there with the Walt even on the side of that race car. That is a pretty cool looking tribute to a man who was also one of my initial favorites as well there with Roush Fenway Racing back in the 2003 season. He would go on to win the championship, the last championship under the Winston Cup era for NASCAR. The generic pace car is in. We are working lap 86 of 367. Just a couple more laps, about 40 to go before we see the stage break for stage one. Ethan Burrell back on the gas pedal, and he's off and away with Joshua Clark behind him.
Yeah, so first time we've got kind of a different group up front, really. Ethan Burrell, Josh Clark, we haven't talked about them too much tonight. So those two will obviously be maybe working together a little bit, both on a little bit of a different strategy to the rest of these guys. So they pitted on lap 69 here, currently running lap number 86. So we'll kind of see how quickly the guys like Trevor Elam, Chad Thornquist, all of those guys, actually we didn't talk about it in that caution, but Thornquist dropped a couple positions on pit road, and it looks like he just had a long stop there on pit lane. Might have just overshot his box or something like that. So Thornquist down the order right now. We'll see if that 92 can come back up. But Andrew Rucker, with the mistake, he's falling down, coming off of turn number 2.
In a ton of positions as he re-enters the racetrack there in turn number 3. He's going to slide up in front of the 56 tape title right there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back up front, Ethan Burrell continuing to put a little bit of daylight between him, or should I say nighttime in between him and the 28 car right there. Not much daylight here currently.
Yeah, no. Oh, here we go. You see there, Josh. Oh, we got a car. We got a car around.
Trouble in turn 2 there, and they gather it up. It was the 15 of Chad Frankenfield and the 92 of Chad Thornquist.
Yeah.
A couple of heavyweight competitors there with an issue.
Yeah, that's quite swell. Yeah, I don't know who got around, but I think it was Chad Frankenfield who kind of spun it around there. So Frankenfield right now, I think he might have just saved himself from getting any damage on that 15 because I don't see anything here on my screen. But the caution flag is out, and it looks like it might be Dylan Thomas who's the one who brought this one out. So we'll head back.
Second one of the night.
Yeah, it could be. We'll check out the replay here. Again, not showing anything super clear on our tracker. But Dylan Thomas, the one shown as potentially the one going and bringing out this particular caution.
Already mentioned Harry Gant, the Mr. September scheme. Dylan Thomas, unfortunately, not having the type of success Harry Gant had in September, at least initially early. He's loose, and he gathers it up.
I think it's going to happen here in turn number 1, though. You got Thornquist to the inside. These guys might go too wide into turn number 1. Thornquist maybe backs out a little bit, but there you see the 0-3 just loses it up high. Thornquist hits there as well, so that's damage on the 92 car. That's your pole sitter, and the guy who's led the most laps today as well. So keep an eye out there, see how that damage is. But yeah, we've been seeing this here with Dylan Thomas. He's been struggling with the rear end on that car. There's something wrong with that car, and I don't know what it is. I'd love to be able to ring him up and say, hey, what's going on with that car right now, because he has some good pace some laps, and then other laps, he's all over the place. So it's been a very on and off night here for Dylan Thomas, and unfortunately, yeah, like you said, the second caution flag that he's brought out.
So we talk about that last pit stop there for our pole sitter there. Something obviously amiss. It sends you in the back of the pack, and that is your worst fear. You have a good car, but you can't necessarily avoid trouble, as you see the 38 car actually get it to the outside wall, avoiding the pace car right there. That was Jeff Green, as he was awarded the free pass. But back to the 92 of Chad Thornquist there. Yeah, he looks to stay on the racetrack, so obviously he feels like he doesn't have enough damage to warrant him going in. But that is your fear after having an issue that puts you deep in the field and then being able to avoid trouble. Unfortunately, as we mentioned already before, the lady in black does not discriminate. You can have a good night and it all go for naught because somebody else has an issue in front of you.
Yeah, there's some inconsistencies in terms of what we see on our screen and what the actual damage is, but you look at that right front there, and that's kind of where the hit took place. It really doesn't look too bad on Thornquist's car. You can see a little bit of crumpled sheet metal right on the front bumper, but realistically, with how hard that hit kind of looked from our point of view, I'm actually surprised at how well this car has held up.
And you can do some significant damage. You can punch a hole in the car right there. iRacing does have those type of significant graphics and damage replay on these race cars right here, and these are the next generation cars.
Oh, actually,
so they would be for those two guys.
They'd be composite bodies, right? It wouldn't be sheet metal.
Composite bodies, yes. Yeah. Actually, you're right. I've been saying sheet metal all night long.
As have I, yeah.
Write that note. Holding that composite body, but it's held up so far. For, Chad there.
I also
don't under caution here for the sixth time tonight.
Yeah, I also don't know if iRacing accurately models the composite body, so that could also be a questionable. I'm not too sure.
It might have played a factor into helping him not go down pit road right there.
Definitely, yeah. All right, so Ethan Brell picking the high side by the looks of it. My guess is we're about to head to 1 to go. Actually, not too sure. That might have just been Josh Adams accelerating to. Okay, there you go. So Ethan Brell now picking the low side as we get ready to hit one lap to go. And I guess we haven't really talked too much about preference in terms of lanes heading into turn 1. I suppose you'd probably want that lower lane. You typically take a lower entrance to turn 1 at this racetrack and allow the car to kind of go up high. And with Ethan Brell's the pole sitter's ability to get a better jump, you should theoretically be clear to get up to that wall between 1 and 2 and then come back down. You really want to, I guess, triangle the corner is kind of the best line you've got here at Darlington in 1 and 2 while you kind of ride the wall all the way around turns 3 and 4.
Well, he had Joshua Clark behind him in that outside lane because he had picked that outside lane there in the restart before this. Now he has him on the inside lane and he's able to get a good jump. So we'll see if that works in his favor again on this restart here. Our sixth caution flag of the night being cleaned up. So glad you could join us here. For those of you that are watching on YouTube, the Tilson Southern 500 throwback weekend. a lot of paint schemes there, doing a great job here, showing the history, not just our sport, but of all the motorsports here, virtually and in the real world. Green flag, back out in the 37 car. Ethan Burrell, he's back on the gas pedal. He'll return them back to green. They're headed off into turn 1 under power here at Darlington.
Good jump there for Ethan Burrell. We look a little bit further back at Josh Clark, and this is really where the battle normally is. It's first this second position. Clark, Adams, and Rexing all on the same tire strategy. It's Bodie that you've got to look out for, who's on the slightly fresher tires here. So again, we'll keep an eye out, but Adams makes that move to the inside of 3 and 4. Still side by side off the corner, and he's not clear, so that's going to give Clark now a shot down into turn 1. The question is who's going to blink first here between these two, and it's going to be neither. You're going to go 2 by 2 into turn number 1. Ooh, Clark
Jared Rexing is just trying to help one of these guys decides to get through there, because he didn't know exactly what guy to push and perhaps get around himself, but he'll take a look on the inside of Joshua Clark heading to turn 3, and there's that 86 car Colin Fern as we see a car bounce off the wall, and caution flag number 7 is out.
Ooh, it's Rusty Cape a little bit further back in the 9 car. Here's the one that we saw. That's actually happening a little bit further behind. So we saw the car bouncing off the wall, but it was an accident off of turn number 2. This was just Rusty Capel getting that turn 2 bump. What is that? That's the 4th caution now caused by this this bump here off of turn number 2.
I know there are a lot of drivers that perhaps would like the black flag turn number 2 here. It has wreaked havoc on a number of competitors here tonight, and that 9 car, tribute back to Chase Elliott, our reigning champion there. I just saw Elliott's paint scheme for this weekend. It looks pretty BA, actually. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that there, but it's that one in real life looks pretty good. The one that we just saw, though, is a little bit more crumpled up.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Rusty Cable. Always has a nice-looking number 9 car there, but yeah, man, it's certainly not in the best of shape right now, is it?
So just under 20 laps to go here in stage number 1. We are going to have at least another lap under caution here, so no change up front. So we're going to take another quick break. We will be right back as we return back to the action here at Darlington. The lady in black on your screen. Welcome back to Darlington here on Elite. We are watching the 37 car Ethan Burrell. He's been able to wrestle the lead away from the rest of the field here. Momentarily enjoy a moment of bliss, I guess, as much as you can before going back into action. But that pace car going to take that hard left turn, and we are about to go under green, working lap 367 of tonight.
Yeah, so biggest change from the start is Josh Clark no longer up in this, in this lead pack here. I believe Josh Clark decided to make that call to go down pit road, as he did. So he'll lead that kind of group off of pit road. But Colin Fern here takes over second position over Joshua Adams, as the yellow flag is already back out, I believe.
Wow, that did not take long at all, and we're hoping not for harassing yellow fever, which is what we're looking at right now. That's caution flag number 8 of the night.
Yeah, not sure what brought this particular caution out. Let's take a look and see if we can spot anything further back on the racetrack. It might actually be our Daytona 500 winner, Johnny Thomas. We'll take a look. That's the only driver I'm seeing here that's maybe got some that's been showing up on my timing screen here. So we'll take a look and see this particular incident.
Johnny Thomas, of course, already locked in with that Daytona 500 win. You see him on the outside for belly up racing. Gets into the corner, the 25. Don't know if Johnny Thomas had a problem, but yeah, Chad Frankenfield gets a piece of it. Oh. You see the 87 car. I think that was Daniel Martinez. The 94 car, also Kendall Noah player, has to go around that. And the 91 is heavily damaged.
Yeah, so Frankenfield, we saw Richard Hines was involved in that. I think Kendall Noah player might have gotten a little bit damaged there, and it all started there with, yeah, that was such a strange one. I kind of want to go back here and see maybe if we can go on board with Jacob Adams to see, was it Johnny Thomas checking up, or was it Jacob Adams just going too deep into the corner? That was such a strange, incident on a restart.
Definitely bizarre. Yeah. From the 91 car, I would say, or at least the 25 as well. Yeah. And we had mentioned how the 25 needed a good night here tonight.
All right, so let's take a look. Here is on board on this car, so we'll keep an eye on that red counter there.
Oh, the 91 kind of.
Yeah, maybe a little bit slow into the corner, but the 91 was also too wide with Tate Lytle, so...
I didn't want to get into him right there. I was looking at that Tate Lytle as a point of reference, and unfortunately, when you want to give a guy a break underneath you, perhaps you put yourself in danger of being run over. And I don't think the 25 car initially understood that right there, or was expecting him to have such a dramatic slowdown entering the corner on a restart.
Yeah, really interesting situation there. So, that's unfortunate there for Johnny Thomas. I think he might have just been maybe kind on the restart and kind of got driven into the back of. That's at least how I kind of saw that incident. From where I'm sitting, it's kind of difficult. We obviously aren't race control, so we're not calling, exactly how, these incidents took place. But, yeah, interesting on a restart. And, we've seen that, guys can get maybe a little aggressive on a restart and have incidents like that. So, nothing too surprising. But we have just ticked over the 100-lap mark here. Just 264 laps to go now, I suppose. But yeah, still a long way to go tonight, and an hour and 15 into this broadcast as well. So we'll keep you guys updated. Hopefully we get some more green flag running here, because once we get green, we've got some good racing going on. And for Ethan Burrell, I would assume he probably doesn't want it to go green too much, because he's pitted lap 69. We're running lap 103 right now. Yes, we've had some cautions, but he's got some of the oldest tires, if not the oldest tires, in the field right now. We'll get these guys lined up 2 by 2 here. The lights are out on the pace car.
I apologize. I thought I was talking the entire time.
No, you're good. Don't worry. But yeah, they're getting 2x2 here, and yeah, we're getting ready to go back to green flag racing here. So we'll see again if Colin Fern can make that move on Josh Adams. If any of these guys can really compete with Ethan Burrell. I think as long as these runs are short, it's tough for anyone to close the gap to the 37. And I mean, Burrell's been having a fantastic start to his season. Just hasn't broken through for the win quite yet, but thankfully, you know, he did just come off of I think it was a 2-win season last year, so it's not like he's still in that drought that we've seen him have for the past couple of seasons in Cup. So you know, it's definitely coming for this 37 car. He's been looking very, very strong.
Right, so Rash the Yellow Fever is taking over the speedway. Hopefully the lady in black can break through it. 37 car, your control car. He is through the restart zone and back on the gas. 10 laps to go in this stage, and a point will be awarded to whoever is leading. I think that is the goal, hopefully, for the 37 car there, to try and get away from these guys on fresher tires there. But can he do so for the next 10 laps?
Yeah, great point. You know, you want to get that playoff point if you can. Of course, 10 extra points towards the championship. As there you see the 95 right now kind of got swallowed up by Colin Fern and Jared Rexing. We are in this situation. None of these guys with the race win. As Trevor Elam, I mean, look at, you know, that 29's been so strong all race long, and he's looking aggressive as well on this restart. He's got some of the freshest tires up here. Colin Fern is the highest placed driver with fresh tires, pitted on lap 82 compared to Ethan Burrell's 69 here, so we'll see if this 86...
Big crash out of turn number 2. Tate Lytle in a lot of them.
Yeah, look at that. Tate Lytle, Chad Frankenfield both stopped on the racetrack here. Huge incident. Let's go back here and take a look at what happened between Tate Lytle and Chad Frankenfield. So here they are, side by or front, and oh, it's just Tate Lytle loses it. It's that bump off of turn number 2. Is it just the 2-car incident? Everyone else might have done a good enough job here to just avoid this. Good job by all the other drivers.
And the
but
15,
wow.
He might not actually have a lot of damage right there, but the 29, excuse me, the 56 car running a tribute, you see him actually flip back. Think on pit road. That is a lot of damage, and Tate Lytle will have to fix that there going a lap down here tonight.
Yeah, Tate Lytle here. This is live pictures towed back to pit road, so it may be day over for Tate Lytle as he does go or about to go a lap down here. I believe actually he's already a lap down because he towed. So, man, that's rough there for Tate. You know, you hate to see that. He was having a pretty solid race. He was running up front early on. Looked competitive in that 56, but alas. You know, I think his day might end early here. So we could be looking at a, you know, probably a 3 or 4 lap shootout for this stage. This could get very interesting. And you know, we've been seeing guys race aggressively. We don't have a stage caution, but you know, guys still want those points. So this could get very hectic very quickly, I'm sure.
86 car, ooh, a little bit of a blip right there. The question is, on this restart, there's still just enough laps where that 86 car can potentially run down that 37 car. He has better tires, and we see Trevor Elam, he's on the newest tires. He's worked his way up to that second row. Will it be enough to get around that 37 and that 86 car there? I think it might be. That strategy, who really wanted to see that race go green toward at least lap 115, would have been the 37 car, but this caution really hurts his chances, I believe.
Yeah, it doesn't help because Ethan Burrell gets that huge jump on the restart. So, you know, we'll see. This can certainly get interesting in how this all plays out, and it's all, you know, as the second car, your job is to react as quickly as possible to the leader. You know, if he's able to react reasonably quickly, he could still be competitive depending on how many laps we get here. I'd expect the lights to go out. No, we're gonna have at least 2 more laps here under you know, pacing, unfortunately. So we'll have to wait. So we'll only have a 4-lap shootout, I believe, to get to lap 115.
So the 37 car, Ethan Burrell, with a strategy called to stay out, hoping for a playoff point added to his book. But the rest of the field trying to deny him. Under caution here, I believe that was the 10th one.
Are we already at 10?
If it's, I believe, I want to say that was I didn't write down the last one. So yeah, this is caution number 10 here. Almost about 1/3 of the way. These guys are trending forward to a troubling trend we don't want to talk about. In fact, I'm not even going to speak about it, but already double-digit caution flags here tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to head back into the history books and take a look at last year's Southern 500, see where we were at for that. Take a look here. Of course, I said earlier, our Hank Steinmiller was the winner of that one. We only had 9 cautions in that race. That race lasting just 3.5 hours for the 500. So yeah, hopefully we're shorter than that, and we can still make it in that time. We're again only at the 1 hour 20-minute mark, so it could still be a long way to go tonight.
So 5 laps to go to the end of the stage break. We will see if we get there underneath the green flag. Keep in mind, we will not see the yellow flag to end the stage break. So if they do make it through here without a incident on the racetrack, we will continue to see this race go under the green pace. I also want to use this caution flag reminder being panned to Brandon Key. Brandon Key made on his social media. He said for every green flag lap here tonight, 25 cents will be donated to those that are suffering due to the recent impacts of Hurricane Ida throughout the South. So that is something, a good tribute, and I know that's something that these drivers definitely want to contribute to. So hopefully we see the yellow flag and its time come to an end here at Darlington, or at least not so much here, because I know these guys really want to put on the best show for you guys at home and also support a great cause. The green flag is back out. The 37 car. Can he hang on for another 4 more laps?
Back to it. Great cause for Brandon Key, of course. So we'll again keep following him. One of our champions. I think I believe he's still tied for the championship lead, so he's had a good start to his season here. But Ethan Burrell right now, the man he's tied with, could grab quite a few extra points here on the stretch out his lead in the championship if he can pull this off. But yeah, Colin Fern had a solid enough restart here where he could continue to close here on this 37. And we know Colin Fern is not afraid to make some aggressive moves, especially if it comes down to points. So keep a lookout. The Chick Hicks car is quickly approaching this 37. Gets a little bit loose, though, off of turn number 2, and that might lose the position to Trevor Elam. This could be very interesting because I think Elam and Fern both have the same tire strategy. Ethan Burrell on older tires compared to these two. They're all going to be very close as they cross the line for lap 113 here. Just 3 to go in this stage.
Right now, caution
the yellow
flag is out, and that is going to give the 37 car the stage when he needs to go to the back of the pack. Scott Crump.
Oh, just goes up into the 95.
And
yeah.
into the inside wall hard.
Yeah, does anybody collide with him? I think everybody does a good job at avoiding that, so good job by the rest of the pack. But yeah, Scott Crump goes up into the 95 car, and around he goes to the inside wall. What's interesting here, though, is we're under caution. You know, guys, the pit road should open, I think, at the start of this lap here, and that's not when the stage ends. So our guy's going to stay out on this caution, grab those points, and then maybe have to pit later in this. So that could certainly affect your restarting position here for this second stage. So this really shakes things up. This is not a stage caution. This is a standard caution. Take that in mind. So yeah, this could really shake up the field.
And so my question is, as we see Ethan Burrell stay out on track, pit road was open right there, so he might lose some position. That's actually an amazing stat. Notice that you bring up there, Rashad, because him staying out, if he decides to pit here afterward, he'll lose that track position to a number of cars here. Actually, I'm looking at my list. I don't see a lot of people actually on pit road there, but if he does decide to do so, he will be behind those that have already pitted right now.
So Thornquist, our pole sitter, did come down pit road. A bunch of guys towards the back, or I say towards the back, but guys who've been involved in a couple of incidents today. Chad Frankenfield, Johnny Thomas, they're all coming down pit road. But yeah, all these guys up front want these stage points, and they're going to tick over this next lap. And I would assume if they're still able to, after this lap completes, that's when they'll make the call to come down pit road, or they stay out here and they try and hope for if they just run to the next caution flag.
So we'll see. It looks like Ethan Burrell is going to win it. He's going to stay out. And congratulations there.
So that's 10 regular season points and 1 chase point for Ethan Burrell. That's going to be a big deal. We expect to see this 37 car in the chase, barring any kind of ridiculous circumstances that the rest of his season completely falls off the rails here. So yeah, we'll that's going to help him out later in the season. We're still running the knockout version of the chase, but the biggest news within the Elite Racing leagues is that we will be reverting back to a traditional chase. So I believe it'll be a 6-race chase starting next season. So look out for that as well.
All right, so we are working up our 11th caution flag of the night. We'll take again a quick break here. We'll be back with the restart. You won't want to miss a thing. Stage 2 about to be underway here at Darlington.
My name is John Cunningham with C2 Freight Resources. We are a Hub Zone certified logistics company here in Houston, Alabama. We've been in business for over 20 years, working with the Department of Defense and the federal government, among many other customers. C2 is committed to truckload shipments along with less than truckload shipments across the United States, Canada, and Mexico. Our high level of service is what keeps our customers coming back year after year. Our industry-leading transportation management software, along with our tracking software, allow our customers to know where their shipments are at any time, any day. In closing, C2 Freight looks forward to earning your trust and business through actions day in and day out. We know if given the opportunity, you'll be pleased with our service and communication.
Welcome back to the Tilson Southern 500. We are about to get stage 2 underway. It's been a long night for a lot of competitors here, but so far Ethan Burrell, Tyler Fern, and Trevor Elam, your top 3, have made the most out of it as we are back under the green flag.
Yeah, so stage 2 underway here. Remember, none of these guys pitted under that caution because it was untimely in terms of how stage points, came out and when that caution came out compared to the end of the stage. So this could get interesting in terms of, if we get an early, as I say that, if we get an early green flag run, but Trevor Elam.
Big run and hard into the outside wall.
Bunch of cars involved in that. That's a huge
Johnny Thomas
crash.
gets into it. The 32 of Dustin Dewar's involved. You see the 9 car also trying to negotiate traffic right there, but the 29 of Trevor Elam, who perhaps had the fastest car here as of late, pounds it hard to the outside wall, and he collects other competitors behind him. The 91 of Johnny Thomas, nowhere to go but over.
Yeah, so let's take a look. So Trevor Elam, Dustin Dewar is involved in that. Johnny Thomas got involved. Daniel Martinez clipped that car. You see the huge damage on the 29. Rusty Cable, Harrison Talon's in that. So many cars involved in this. Let's go back and take a look at some of these other guys' points of view. Harrison Talon was like right at the back of his pack. I think he just couldn't avoid all these cars wrecking here. Let's take a look at this 23. Does he actually slow it down in time? He does. So actually, okay. So Harrison Talon showed as involved in that wreck, but I think he just slowed down enough to avoid it. Daniel Martinez, I think, was one of the really unlucky guys just to get caught up by this, just to tap. There's that slight hit from Trevor Elam. You hate to see that for Daniel Martinez.
But he was able to keep it out of the wall, so at least not a lot of damage right there. But look at Johnny Thomas, our
This was a big hit.
Daytona 500 champion. Ooh. He gets in the back of the 32 car.
Oh.
Then he almost up and over the 29. They all end up steaming in a pile on the backstretch. Day likely done for the 29 car. Trevor Elam, who had an amazing run to get back up. And like I said, perhaps the fastest car of late, heavy damage.
Yeah, big damage. That's a huge wreck as well. So a lot of cars involved in that. A lot of cars, more importantly, not just involved in that, but a lot of cars heavily damaged from that. So that really shakes things up. And, for the guys who won the stage, they, of course, now got this opportunity to come down pit road, and that's exactly what they're doing. So that hands the lead over to Brandon Key. But, man, I mean, we're what? On I think the call is the 15th caution of the night is what I'm hearing from down on pit road. On lap 120. This is not right now playing out to be a great race. We had a couple of green flag runs early on. We were hoping to get some long runs in this race, but right now guys are just struggling, and this really has just been the theme of this season. Honestly, I think guys have just not been able to get long green flag runs in.
That has been unfortunate there, and that it's sad in a number of ways. One, because you're taking out your competition there. It's beginning to become a race of attrition, survival for these guys up front, as we see a lot of takers that were leading this pack now elected to go on pit road. But that is just unfortunate there, especially for the 29. I know he had an excellent car. I was excited to see what he might do with it later on in this race, but that was a heavy hit.
Yeah, Trevor Elam was honestly, one of those drivers that, probably could have been a competitor for the win if he was around there towards the end. That car was, like you said, so fast. So you hate to see that for him, but I mean that's that turn 2 bump, and you'd think these guys, they have theoretically, as much practice time as they want. You'd think they'd kind of know about that bump, they'd know how to avoid it, but right now everybody's struggling with that. Everybody just kind of struggling to just really get rolling through this race here and avoiding mistakes. Yeah, it's a long race. Yes, it's a hard track, but these are supposed to be some of the best here in driving cup cars on iRacing. Right now, they're struggling to tame this beast of a racetrack.
Yeah, the track is known as being too tough to tame, but right now she just took a bite out of a lot of competitors that had high hopes entering here tonight. And perhaps one of the most dominant cars of the day done in a stunning shower of sparks on the pack stretch. Turn 2 claims another. Brandon Key has inherited the lead. He'll be able to hopefully add to the green flag lap total. He will contribute to help those that are in need after Hurricane Ida ravaged parts of the southern coastline earlier this weekend. We see this field, it's beginning to dwindle there in the back of the pack. 99 and Joshua Clark in that 28 car. They were last on pit road, I believe, lap number 90. Car that has the freshest tires right there inside the top 10. Car. Keep in mind, he was involved in an issue there as well, but perhaps things have righted for that 92 car. The green flag back out. Brandon Key leads them down into turn number 1. Will we stay under the green flag after we exit turn 2?
I hope so. I mean, this has been a rough couple of laps here, I think, in this race. Really, these guys have been maybe a little bit overly aggressive. Hopefully, because we've gotten past that stage 1 end, guys are going to relax a little bit more, make it to this stage 2. Or not break, but make it to the end of stage 2 at least. Give us some time here. We'll scroll a little bit back here. We've got Jacob Adams, Joshua Adams, brothers fighting it out. Josh Adams looking to make a move there. In turn number 1, decides better, but he looks like he might be able to get a run through here. We'll see. Well, guys, yeah, you can see coming off the turn 2, just who can make that run work. Andrew Rucker right now trying to see if he can get to the inside of Joshua Clark, but not quite able to get there. But we've got some 2 wide here. Adams, Chad Thornquist working the top lane on Joshua Adams. Thornquist looking to try and get back into this race.
Again, as we had just mentioned, they're involved in that issue in one car. I believe it was the 03 spun right in front of him. Had a little bit of damage on the front end of that nose. Don't know if he was able to fix it. Don't know if it really translated to damage actually on the race car. He did make contact. But right now, that 92 car looking for every which way he can against Jacob Adams in that 25 car. He'll do so on the high side, setting his sights on Matthew Weeks there, but it is a hornet's nest as we see one competitor, Chad, with an issue at a turn 4. We stay under green for now.
Yeah, he stays off of the racing line, which allows for the race to stand to green, but Frankenfield has had a rough day today. He's had a couple of incidents that weren't his fault. He kind of got caught up in them, but that one, it looks like he just got loose there exiting turn number 4, went down into the wall, and certainly seen better days.
Oh, this is going to be antsy right there, Chad. Turnquist got around the 11 of Matthew Weeks, but look at this battle for the lead. Joshua Clark points it in the win. He'll take control of this race. Here comes the 64 car, looking to try and take advantage of that power move made by the 28 car. He's unable to do so. They are nose to tail down the backstretch, but the 92 lurking in the distance.
Yeah, great move there by Josh Clark, taking over this race. He's got slightly newer tires than Brandon Key. That might have helped him there. Andrew Rucker as well with those slightly newer tires. Maybe, 6 laps difference. I didn't think that would be enough to make a difference here. But look at this. Rucker gets through. Thornquist easily gets through on Brandon Key. In the span of less than a lap here, Brandon Key has dropped from the lead down to 4th, and he's already under attack from Matthew Weeks as well. Key is struggling right now with these tires.
Massive struggling out of the 99 car as he continues to backslide throughout the top 5. Matthew Weeks is now trying to take charge of that. Here comes the 95 car there of Joshua Adams. He's going to bring along the 37 to Ethan Burrell, and that backslide will continue from the 99 car outside of the top 5, perhaps outside of the top 10 when all this is said and done.
Yeah, Brandon Key right now just kind of needs to slow that falling momentum right now that he's got in that number 99 car. Hopefully, with that bit of a gap back to Jacob Adams, he can do just that. But up front, Andrew Rucker side by side with Josh Clark for the lead of this race.
We have seen things get antsy out of turn number 4 and turn number 2 as they were side by side into the corner. In the 64 car, he had to get out of the gas right there. He caught it. Now he's on the inside on that seam that's given a lot of guys trouble out of turn 2. He gathers it up, but look what it did. Them being side by side has allowed everybody to now have control and try to get in control of this race. The 11 car, Matthew Weeks, nowhere to go there. He's blocked in.
I was going to say, this looks like a super speedway race. You've got the lane of Thornquist and the lane of Rucker. Side by side, and Josh Clark trying to block the lane with the best run here. This was ridiculous. But Rucker finally loses all that momentum, and he's going to fall back. Now it's Thornquist trailing, so close to the rear bumper of that 28. And keep in mind, of course, Thornquist right now with 20 or so lap newer tires. Of course, a lot of those were under caution, but still fresher tires to Josh Clark. Pretty quickly, our pole sitter maybe back to the point of this race here within the next couple of laps.
It took him a long time to do so. Keep in mind the reason why he was put in the back of the pack was because he had an issue on a pit stop there that saw him go back to 17th place. He is just now being able to try and retake, at least attempt to retake the lead from that earlier issue. So we'll see if that 92 car can get the lead here from Joshua Clark momentarily, but that 64 car, he has to fend off Joshua Adams in that 95 car. That battle will not quit out of turn 2, and it's on in turn 1.
Yeah, Josh Adams going to back out maybe out of that move, and he does. Andrew Rucker right now maybe struggling a little bit, but he's starting to get his footing back underneath him, starting to move his way back forward and starting to chase down Matthew Weeks here. Meanwhile, for the lead, Thornquist hasn't been able to close in on Josh Clark, so credit to Josh Clark right now. He's doing a great job here leading this race, and probably taking the right amount of air off of the right cars. He's running the right lines here, but look at the runoff of turn number 4. That's just what fresh tires gets you, is just that huge run off of the corner. You'll lose some time in the dirty air heading into the corner, but just that mid-corner and exit speed that Thornquist is able to carry off with this, it's ridiculous with these fresh tires.
Right now, he seems to be holding up the pack. I think that 92 car perhaps might be a little bit faster as well as the 11. But they have nowhere to go because even though they might have a faster car, that clean air is playing dividends for the 28 car, but we'll see how patient the rest of the field will be because of it.
Yeah, Matthew Weeks, we haven't talked about him too much. Oh, as Rucker's up into the walls, scrapes it a little bit, gets a Darlington stripe there on the 64 car as Josh Clark gets by and Rucker almost comes up into Ethan Burrell. But we haven't talked about Matthew Weeks too much. He loves this racetrack. I think absolutely adores Darlington right now. This 11 car has not had the cleanest of nights, hasn't had the most straightforward of nights, but right now when it's counting, this 11 car showing great pace, and he's right now up front watching this battle for the lead and very close to contending for this lead as well.
And And I believe that is a throwback to Denny Hamlin there, a man who has won the Southern 500 before. He's a big Hamlin fan. He's taking a look underneath the 92 car. He wants to put that thing into second place as he looks to the inside. Will he be able to make it stick? He does now. An aggressive side draft trying to pull that 90 car back, and he has help from the 95 right behind him, who will give entering turn 1 the 11 car up to second place. Thornquist yields that position to him entering the corner.
Yeah, and now you've got two Pro Edge Racing Toyota teammates up in first and second position, and Ethan Burrell not far behind there in fifth position. So Pro Edge coming to life here in this second stage. We'll see Matthew Weeks up against the wall, though, so doesn't grab a stripe there, but he was very close there and might even try to get past his teammate. You know, he's got the fresher tires. No, actually, he's got the same tires as his teammate, so same age there. These two will duke it out for this lead, and you know, they could certainly work together here with one driver just working as a bit of a blocker, kind of holding up the guys with the fresher tires, get them to wear them down, because Ethan Burrell of this top 5 actually has the freshest tires, so he could try and get those guys back in position. But there you go, Matthew Weeks over Josh Clark.
The top 10 car separated by just over a second as Matthew Weeks puts that Toyota Camry in the win. Now, can he hang on to it? But the 37 car Pro Edge Racing has definitely shown up. I was talking about them earlier, how long it would be.
Oh, caution
16 is out.
It's
And
Jared
just like
Wesson.
that, he will slow the race pace. Turn number 4 is going to collect the 10 car.
I'd love to know at this point. You know, I think turn 2 still beats turn number 4, but man, I think turn 4 is trying to catch up for sure. They're certainly both having a run for it.
I'm telling you, when the racing is on, this series is second to none. We had 10 cars, as I mentioned, they're battling it out. Less than a second there, all underneath a blanket. Caution out for the 16th time here today. Now, we are working lap 140, so we're still just shy of halfway. It's going to be a long night here, folks, but with the way the pace was given right there, if we see more green flag action like that, we should be able to put this one in the books here just a little over an hour and a half.
Yeah, no, I mean, the lap times are fast. These guys are running around this racetrack really quickly. The fact that we've had as many cautions as we had, you know, and we're at this particular point, you know, we're set to, you know, more or less match the race time, you know. Well, actually, no, we're going to be a little bit ahead of that, but I mean, it's going to be pretty close here. So the cars are running pretty fast around this racetrack. We get green flag laps in. You know, we'll be in a reasonable position here. It just, these guys got to keep it, you know, just a little bit more in line here if we can do that.
So most of the field going to take this opportunity to put some fresh tires on it. You see the 3-car Scott Haney, he will get one of his laps back. Excuse me, the 94 car stays out. Everybody else behind him, though, is in. We'll see, perhaps the 94 car will go in. Perhaps maybe just want to lead a lap right there and get a point.
Yeah, so race off pit road, Matthew Weeks there beats Chad Thornquist, who gets up into second position over Josh Clark, then Josh Adams, Ethan Burrell. That's your top 5 there off of pit road. Hank Steimler, remember earlier in this race we talked about Hank? He had that big hit off of, I think it was turn number 4 for the 63 car. We said the damage, you know, probably a little bit manageable. He should be able to get back into it. And here he is running in the 6th position. 7th position right now, but expect Kendall No player to come down pit road. He does. Hank Steimler very much back in this race.
That is awesome to see there. An earlier issue for that 63 car. Not going to take him out of it. As Kendall No player relinquishes the lead. And we are going to be going, I believe, green. Actually, perhaps next time by. So the 9 car and the 44 and the 87, those are all wave round cars. They'll be able to get their lap back here momentarily once we get to 1 to go. So caution out, number 16 of the night. Another opportunity for us to take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right. Things are hot and heavy here. The lady in black. Wow. That's probably not something I should ever say here.
Oh, it's a long night. We've all got a few. We've got a few in us for sure.
Please don't fire me. I like the job. Green flag is about to come back out, and you see Matthew Weeks in charge. He's hard on the loud pedal, and we are back underway here at Darlington. Pro Edge Racing there, trying to go 1, 2, 3. Thornquist still trying to spoil the party. He's on the outside of the 37 car. He'll actually be able to hang on and keep that third spot away from the 37 to Ethan Burrell. We're seeing Colin Fern in that 86 car migrate back up to the front. And that's Steinmiller also trying to crack the top 5 after an earlier issue we had already talked about earlier today.
Yeah, it's a great restart for Josh Clark, and you kind of work with teammates there to get that start to work out well for you. So great job there, and Ethan Burrell very much in this conversation as well now. This could be a Pro Edge 1, 2, 3 very shortly. Here we go. Ethan Burrell does go to the inside of Chad Thornquist in turns 3 and 4. He gets that lower line. We'll see if he can get that run off the corner with maybe some help from teammates if they can, line up down the front straightaway. Still side by side with Thornquist though, heading into turn 1. It's going to be who's going to blink first, and it's going to be Thornquist. I think is going to blink just a little bit there, though maybe not. Holds on the outside.
Yeah, that outside lane has been strong, but you see what it could be in case you are not on top of your game. So far, the 92 car, he has been on it, but that is going to be an issue. It's already been issues going at the field. That turn 2 bubble, if you will, kind of upsetting the cars here tonight.
Yeah, so Thornquist now back on the offensive, trying to get there to the back of the 28 car. Maybe taps him a couple of times there, unsettling the 28 off of turn number 2. They do keep it rolling together, but they're checked up big time. Ethan Burrell now with another shot to get by Chad Thornquist here heading into 3 and 4.
I think the 92 did all he could to stay up, because that was an issue made by the 28 car. He actually did not get off the corner at all. And the 92 car kind of had nowhere to go but into the back end of the 28 car.
Oh man, I always hold my breath when these cars go too wide into turn number 1, but they're doing a great job holding on to it. The question is, off the corner, can you hold on to it? And they can this time by at the very least. And look at that, a bump from the 86 of Colin Fern. He tries to get by Chad Thornquist, but that takes away the run from Ethan Burrell. So it's so quick the way the momentum can shift in these cars. Around this racetrack. It really has been some great racing here when we get this green flag running down.
Nick Hicks in that 86 car trying to prove that cars once that have ended much differently than what we know.
Well,
and
oh boy.
He barely hangs on. No! Can he gather it up on the brakes? He does. He'll lose a ton of position, but thankfully he won't be losing that race car.
Wow, yeah, great save there by Colin Fern. Using that inside lane, again, loses some positions, but I'd rather be running 14th on lap 150 of a 370 lap race versus losing that car and heading into the inside wall. So Matthew Weeks out front right now, but the battle's still raging on here for a second. This has been a great battle as well. Thornquist looking to the outside, or excuse me, to the inside here, but that's actually going to be, he's not even going to make it to the quarter panel of the 28. He's now got to worry about the 37.
I think he was trying to go where they are not their worst off, but the 37 car jumped on the opportunity to get to the outside. They have now trapped Thornquist in that 92 on the bottom of the racetrack. And now all 3 of the Pro Edge Racing cars are running 1, 2, 3 with the 95 of Joshua Adams into the mix. He got around the 92 as well, kicked Thornquist all the way back to 5th place.
Yeah, so the only one missing from this is Tate Lytle, who unfortunately is out of this race. But look at this, and of course David Tooker as well, who's actually not too sure where Tooker's running right now either. Oh, he might be out of this race as well. He is. So yeah, both of those 2 Pro Edge, so 2 of the 5 Pro Edges are out. 3 of the remaining 5, though, of course, the 3 remaining cars are running 1, 2, and 3. So this right now working out very well for these Toyotas. They'll certainly take it if they can get one of their 3 cars into victory lane.
He likes this racetrack there, trying to get his first win of the season. Doing a great job Joshua Clark, though, in that 28 car, he's had some troubles there, but he's been able to remedy them and find pace. I thought for sure once he got kicked back to second place there, we might see that 28 car fall back, but he's been able to hang on, and he's keeping in touch right in front of his teammate, the 37 car, who was the winner of stage 1, and Matthew Weeks, who has a strong car right now. That 28 car, not too shabby by the looks of it so far.
Yeah, this 28 car doing a great job here. He's been fantastic defending driving, and it's been, I mean, heck, his offensive driving's been good enough. They've closed this gap up to the 11. You know, remember, just a couple laps ago, Matthew Weeks was a solid, you know, maybe 10, 15 car lengths down the road. They've caught up to him extremely quickly. So, you know, this race is getting very interesting here for the lead now, not just for second. All of these guys have the same pit strategy. They all came down pit road on lap 140 on that last caution, so there's no real tire advantage. It's all what can you do on the racetrack, how comfortable are you with your race car, how much pace do you as a driver have. So this is a straight up fight right now for the lead of this race.
Do you think right now these guys are in a chat, just talking with one another? I know they say it's an open chat on Discord. If we see the 37 car actually get to the inside of the 28 car, now the 92 trying to make that door extra wide as he tries to scoot through there as well, but the 28 car is going to hang right on his right quarter panel.
He's going to have help from the 95, and that might just give him the shot he needs to make it through. He does. He's going to slide up the racetrack to make that pass. So the 1, 2, 3 for Pro Edge is broken up here, and it's Josh Clark who falls out into 4th position. But Ethan Burrell chasing down Matthew Weeks. Burrell has found some huge pace here recently as he's trying to get to the back of the 11 car. Maybe, yeah, like you were saying just before there, these guys are in a chat together. At least the Pro Edge Racing guys, you know, they're all part of a team. They're chatting with each other, talking with each other, you know, basically saying, you know, this is what I'm doing. You know, it's better than having a spotter, effectively, because you can say, hey, man, I'm to your inside. I'm at your quarter panel. I'm just letting you know I'm here. You know, this is what I'm thinking going through this corner. So you can have those discussions, and you can understand how to race each other a little bit more cleanly and safely, but also still race fairly. So it's great. You know, these guys aren't going to hold back from each other. As you see here, Ethan Burrell is going to happily try and take over the lead from Matthew Weeks, but they'll also make sure that they work together when it comes down to it and whenever they need to. So, you know, great teamwork there, but Ethan Burrell wants to lead some laps, and he takes over that position for Matthew Weeks.
They were able to do it smoothly and efficiently, not give a lot of time to the guys that are behind them in making that pass. You saw the 11 car actually yield a little bit on the straightaway there. 37 car obviously felt like he had a better car there, perhaps talked to the 11 car, who recognized that and was able to move away. And Ethan Burrell back to the point, but the 92 and the 95 and the 63 have worked their way inside the top 5. The guy that was perhaps notable in this racing trio was the 28 car of Joshua Clark, but he's been actually falling back all the way to outside of the top 5. He's barely hanging on to the top 10. A big slide by the 28 car.
Yeah, Josh Clark down in P9 right now, so maybe through all that defending, burned through his tires a little bit too quickly there, you know, in this number 28 car. You know, only 20 laps done on this run, so it's not been too long of a run here, but you know, we've talked about it. It is a rough surface. You can burn through these tires, and that might have just been what happened there for this 28 car. Trying to hang on to that second position, maybe just lost it there. So we've got a lot to hold on for, especially if we stay green here for some time. It may be a long stint for Joshua Clark.
There's some lap traffic in front of these leaders I was able to see. Saw one car actually pull to the inside. But lap traffic here, perhaps a little bit more annoying than on the other racetracks that we go to, because there really is not a two-group racetrack for these guys to go. So once you catch lap traffic, especially these guys that are trying to defend and stay on the lead lap, you're going to have a tough time getting around them.
Yeah, the next guy they've got is the 87 of Richard Hines. So if we pull up that track map, we can kind of see where they are. So the 23 of Harrison Talon immediately in front of the 37 of Ethan Burrell. You can see them just coming around turn number 1. They've got a long way before they're getting to a guy who is trying to stay on the lead lap, so they're in a good position right now. In theory, they should be getting some pretty easy passes. And there you see Harrison Talon on the apron. As we do have a move here, 4th position between Josh Adams and Hank Steinmiller. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on this tracker. We'll bring up this track map a couple more times throughout the night. It's a great resource to have here. Great seeing just where everybody is on the racetrack. But keep an eye out on Ethan Burrell and the gap he's closing to the 87 of there of Richard Hines. That's going to be the gap, the first car to go one lap down if they get moving.
Here comes the 63 car to the outside of the 95, and he will take that position away. Steinmiller having a nice resurgence there after being riddled in the middle of the pack for an earlier spin and heavy contact to the outside wall. In fact, we were concerned that 63 car might not be able to be driven the way it is right now, but he's been able to do exactly just that. He got a little bit loose there on the exit of turn 2, as what we've seen with a number of competitors today. He'll lose, actually, all that hard work he had just gained, but still impressive by that 63 car to be up challenging for a top 5 right now with the car that I thought was done earlier in this race.
Yeah, no, it's been a great recovery drive for the 63 of Hank Steinmiller. He's just got to hold on to it right now. Looks like he's just struggling a little bit with grip right now. Again, because you've got one racing line here, if you fall off that racing line and you start getting passed by guys, it's tough to get back into that groove. It very much is a racetrack where you've got to kind of get into a rhythm with the car. If you fall out of that, it may take some time to get back into it. So kind of look out for that if you see guys making mistakes or kind of getting offline and having to recover. It takes some time to get back up to full speed, because you really have to build trust in your race car. You have to build trust in the racetrack as well, because you're running just inches off the wall.
Another competitor that's also been able to rebound there, you see right there, 31 car, Gerald Campbell. That is a unique paint scheme. You see no number on the side of that race car there, at least to the left side.
Yeah, very unique paint scheme here. There you see it's a quarter panel number, actually, there on this car. So very different. Again, we have no direct rules in terms of where number placement goes here in Elite Racing League. So especially with throwbacks, you'll see guys maybe get creative with it. I believe this is actually a throwback to a monster truck from Gerald Campbell. I'd have to do some digging, but I did see a Gerald Campbell throwback note not too long ago. I will get back to you on that.
All right, well, it's an excellent paint scheme. NASCAR confirming earlier last week that the new number placement for the real car, the next generation car, is actually going to be moving forward. So the first time in quite some time, at least 4 decades, that we've seen NASCAR make this change to the numbers there. And I know it's been a hot topic of discussion amongst the Twitter community, social media on NASCAR there. But I, for one, I like the change. I think it'll be something to work with. I think we're going to see a bunch of different paint schemes that perhaps use that section of the racetrack, of which we've not been able to use really for sponsoring, because we've always had a number there. So with it more forward, I'm excited to see what some of the paint schemes will translate to on the real racetrack. And right here for Throwback Weekend here, that will be, I believe, NASCAR releases their schedule within the next 2 weeks, so we'll be able to know when Throwback Weekend will take place, but it will be at Darlington, we know that.
Yeah, so 2 things there. One, regarding the number placement, great news for sponsors to have that extra space, I think, and it's all going to come down to, how well sponsors can actually utilize that. I've seen some great concept designs which, look absolutely fantastic and utilize that space well. I've also seen some designs, notably the Kurt Busch Monster Energy one, where, I don't think they utilize that space extremely well, and it feels like a very blank car. So,
yeah, that is one that I am, I'll just openly say, I'm happy that Kurt Busch that was my first favorite driver, as I already mentioned there. I can't believe I'm going into my 22nd year as a fan, and he is still hauling the mail on top of his game. So congratulations to Kurt Busch and what he brings along to that race team. I think he will be an enormous asset to Bubba Wallace, as we see, 92 car almost getting loose right there. But back to that topic at hand, though, that paint scheme, it left a little bit more to be desired, just because it is a matte black paint scheme there with a traditional logo. I just didn't see really the creativity behind that. So I know that was everybody's first thought process on that paint scheme, was like, oh wow. I think it had more to do with perhaps that particular paint scheme than versus the number placement. See Tyler Fody, though, trying to get around the 11 car here.
Yeah, and the second thing I wanted to talk about, we were talking about that 31 car and who he was throwing back to. It is a monster truck. It's Gunslinger Scott Hartsock. So you see Gunslinger written on the side there. That's who Gerald Campbell is throwing it back to from monster truck. Not sure. Never really followed monster trucks personally, but not sure exactly who that is. But a great throwback again. Another very unique paint scheme that we've got here on the racetrack.
Right now, Ethan Burrell has said goodbye to 3 seconds in front of Joshua Adams in that 95 car. Actually, the gap is now staying pretty clear-cut at 4 seconds. So Ethan Burrell has some serious pace in that 37 car. He was the Stage 1 winner. We saw him get that Stage 1, though, through some very varying strategy on pit road and trying to kindly play the cautions there. But now he's well on route to perhaps getting Stage 2. That does not complete that till lap 230. But he might be getting that one on speed alone.
Yeah, absolutely. No, great pace right now by Ethan Burrell. It's really astounding to see. We haven't really seen that much dominance from any one driver, I think, so far tonight. We saw guys maybe, we saw Thornquist, I think, for a little bit stretch out to about a 2-second lead, but he's averaging 4 seconds right now for Ethan Burrell. This is definitely the most dominant run we've seen by any one car so far tonight. So it may all be coming together at the right time for Ethan Burrell, or for his case, I hope it's not too early in the race that he's finding the pace that he needs. But if he keeps this up for the rest of the night, it's going to be hard to beat that 37.
Still impressed by it with the 63 car, the Steinmiller. He's trying to break into the top 3, and that would be the highest he has been all night long. Matthew Weeks, though, not going to give that position up easily. And the 40 car trying to decide what person he wants to help with and perhaps help him get back up to the point.
Yeah, he's going to try and get there to Matthew Weeks, just not quite able to make the move on Weeks. And now Tyler Fody with a run on Steinmiller. Fody's going to go to the inside in 3 and 4. And I think he's going to clear this 63. So they'll go back and forth here a little bit. The interesting thing is you can lose some of that momentum, but with enough support from another driver, I think you can pull right back into the car in front and try and make some moves. So this is a strange kind of way this race is playing out. It feels like it's a Darlington race. It very much feels like a Darlington race, but it has some characteristics of kind of like a super speedway package almost, where you're really relying on that draft than what I'd expect at a track like Darlington. So I think that's what they were hoping for with the next gen package, and that's the kind of racing that we're seeing right now.
You're about 3 laps away from being halfway in the Southern 500. This is a long, grueling race, whether it be virtually or in the real world, and these guys doing all that they can to put on a good show. If you're just now joining us here, taking a look back, perhaps you want to see where your favorite driver is, well, I can tell you a number of competitors, unfortunately, have seen an untimely exit here tonight. I think it goes back to 24th place on back. You're taking a look at the ticker right on your screen, though. All these guys have had trouble, and I believe they are out of the race. Most notable, I believe, that 29 car with a big incident out of turn number 2. And that was Trevor Elam there. I think he had a good car here today. We saw T. Lytle with an issue there. R.C. Anderson also. Casey Hatch, David Tooker. Chris Wright had a great throwback being there. And Trey Holmes as well. So a lot of competitors with an early night here with the Lady in Black. That date did not go as planned.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, obviously it's unfortunate for those guys. I'd rather, though, I think have an early night and pack it up than make it, 300, 400 miles in this event and then get taken out or crash out. I think all that work, all that time spent, and then to lose it all at the last possible second would be, just heartbreaking in a race like this.
Definitely. So I'll never forget. There was one time I don't believe I was at Darlington. No, I was at Talladega Super Speedway. And I myself do not partake in very many real, 100% events. All from a race I did when I was a very young lad. I had the day off from school and nobody was around at home, so I was like, I'm gonna do a 100% race, and I was racing on NASCAR Thunder 2004. And with that video game, new that year was the fact that if you hit the AI would remember. They could take a swipe back at you. And so I was 100% race at Talladega, lap 133. I remember this like it was yesterday, man, because it's seared in my brain. And I was trying to get around Kevin Harvick, but apparently I had done something to make Kevin Harvick mad, because as soon as I went around him, he just all of a sudden just took me out. I mean, he Matt Kenseth me before Matt Kenseth. Matt Kenseth, Joey Logano. I could not believe it, and my day was done. My car was on fire, and after 2.5 hours, it was just 10-year-old me just looking at the screen like, what on earth did I just do? And so I swore from that day on I would never ever do a 100% race. Oh man, you see, perhaps our first attempt at a green flag pit stop about to take place. The 95 car gonna take that long left-hander into pit road, and he does so at this early.
That's really early. Yeah, I mean, these guys pitted on lap 140. So they've run 45 laps here on this stint. We were expecting to see, I mean, we were told a pit window from lap 40 to 80, but, you know, this is really close to the 40s. I thought we would be close to, you know, maybe 60 would be the earliest time that we'd be seeing cars pit. But, yeah, an early call here for Josh Adams, maybe going for track position, you know, over that pace later on. But I'm curious to see how the rest of the field reacts to this. He is going to go a lap down. There's their leader, Ethan Brell, just going straight on past. Ethan Brell, though, 6.5 seconds ahead of second place. And the rest of this battle here between Matthew Weeks, Tyler Fode, and Hank Steinmiller.
This is a long green flag run, but something that we've not been able to kind of triangulate there would be how well new tires are versus cars that have been on the track for a while. So I do remember this being a point made in during Darlington last time we were there in the real world, about how people were able to pit early and take advantage of those fresher tires there, and see if that would jump them up considerably versus these guys that kind of stayed on their tires the longest. So we'll see how that plays out for the 95 car as he's off and away with a 4-tire stop. I would imagine that would be a scheduled race stop. He was inside the top 10 when that decision was made.
Yeah, I mean, everything looked fine on that car. Didn't look like he had any damage. So, yeah, that looks like it was all scheduled for him. We'll see what that strategy call is. That, you know, we've seen short pitting work in the past. You know, that was one of the favorite strategies, you know, last season with the old car. That seems like a very big short pit, I'll say that. So yeah.
If we take a look at the 10 car, Jared Rexing, I don't know exactly what position he is on the racetrack, but he's been able to pass those competitors that we know are inside the top 5. So that, I mean, he's already put some considerable distance already on those newer tires. So we'll see how really, as you mentioned, the rest of the field does react. I saw another car on pit road. I don't know exactly who that was. I think that was Zach Evans. So I see pit on the screen there. But Jared Rexing, I mean, he is gone from the 11 and the 40, and that's very notable.
Yeah, he's dropped some spots, and I mean, Josh Ferd has kind of entered the equation a little bit. He's not really part of this battle between Weeks, Fode, and Steinmiller for second, but Joshua Ferd is running in P5 right now. P6, you know, if you count, you know, Josh Adams, who was running up inside the top 5 before, but Ferd's doing a good job right now in this number 4 car. You know, hanging on and just running competitively here in this long run. So maybe he's finding something late in this run, finding some extra pace here. You know, we'll see if he's able to put together some kind of run. But you can see, I mean, you want to talk about the difference between the tires and old ones. Take a look at Harrison Talon here in this 23 car. Brand new tires on that, and easily just slots on by some of these leaders. Harrison Talon right now running just a couple of laps down from the rest of the field, or actually a few laps down from the rest of the field here running. But no, those fresh tires making a huge difference for him.
And that car is damaged as well. So to be able to put that pace, as we see Jared Rexing, well, just as we were talking about him, he's had an issue there. He is off the pace on the backstretch there. But before that, though, he was able to put a considerable amount of time and distance on the 11 car. He is going to miss that commitment cone to get onto pit road. I don't know if he was trying to get on there. Looks like he was not. But whatever issue that happened to the 10 car there, We see a little bit of damage on the back end of that car. It did not trigger the yellow flag, thankfully.
Yeah, no yellow flag. Thankfully, he's back up to speed. Again, I think if guys are off the racing line, iRacing is pretty lenient with how this whole thing goes. But back to this race for a second here. Harrison Talon's going to maybe be a part of this briefly because he has those, fresher tires, that extra pace right now in that 23. We'll see kind of how that plays out. But these guys have kind of been running, all in line right now as things have played out. And I think they're just waiting for this next pit stop to come.
Steinmiller is going to yield that position there easily. The leaders in their groove. And this is a unique situation here where lap traffic is actually faster than what we're seeing with the leaders.
Yeah, and he's having to lift off, though, because he's probably getting blue flags from the game saying, hey, you've got to let guys go by. So it's a little bit of a tough situation there for Harrison Talon because I think he's faster than these guys at this point in the race. But just isn't able to make that pass.
And that's interesting. Talk to me about that blue flag there. What does iRacing consider to be too slow? Because he definitely had the pace was faster than that. The cars that are in front of him right now. So is it because he's multiple laps down that they are showing him that?
Yeah, he's running 25 laps down or so, I think, from the rest of this pack, or actually more than that. Excuse me. He's 40 or 35 laps down from the rest of this group. So, it's a long way back for Harrison Talon. 40 laps. I got that little.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. So he has theoretically no right to really be involved in this battle. So he's being a good sport right there, and basically saying, hey, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna mess with this battle. There's clearly a fight going on here for the second place position in this race, in this stage right now. I know I have the pace, but I'm also not racing anybody. So for Harrison Talon, he can kind of sit back and just relax right now and just get some laps in and get some practice in around this racetrack and allow these guys to race in front of him.
Ethan Burrell, the leader, has put 6 seconds between him and that second place Pro Edge driver. That is the 11 of Matthew Weeks there, Tyler Fody in that 40 car. And we expect these guys, when were they last on pit road there, Rashad? I believe, lap 140?
Yep. So
Weeks 200 will be lap 60 to go. So about 10 more laps before we get perhaps into that window, which we know for sure that these guys would want, as we see a change of position right there. Tyler Fody's been able to get around the 11 car.
Tyler Fody gets by, maybe using that 38 of Jeff Green as a bit of a pick there. And Josh Furr also, I think, Josh Furr is not a part of this battle quite yet. That's Harrison Talon that we see in the back of the picture. But, that'll shake things up a little bit here. They will get by the 87 here of Richard Hines. No issues there with this lap car. So everything totally fine there for these guys. Yeah, you're probably thinking within the next 10 or so laps if you want a short pit. I think if you're trying to run out the fuel here, you could probably make it a reasonable ways further in this race here.
Well, while this is happening, we don't want to miss green flag pit stops, but we are going to take a quick break. I can't believe we're actually saying that underneath the green flag, but I got to save my voice. And we still got 167 left to describe for you guys, so give us a second here to catch our breath, and we'll be right back with more right here from Darlington. Welcome back to the track. Too tough to tame right now. She's being tamed by no other than the 37 of Ethan Burrell. A good 5.5 second lead. It's actually dwindled a little bit. Halifodi's been able to creep up into the second position, but these guys have a green flag pit stop about to be made in a couple of laps there, Rashad.
Yes, they do. You can see there the gap between Ethan Burrell and Tyler Fody. Gone down a little bit there the last couple of laps, but I think that's largely because Burrell's been dealing with some traffic. We'll keep paying attention to that to see if that changes too much. But lap 205 now of 367. Assuming these guys will not be able to make it to lap 230 here. That would be my assumption. That's 90 laps here. I would assume that's too far on fuel. So you're now thinking the best strategy to make it to that lap 230 if you're trying to maximize your points here in this stage. And I think that's going to be, pitting within the next, 5 to 10 laps, I think makes the most sense here. To have some solid pace towards the end of this stage, but also to undercut, and get those fresh tires early on.
Right now, I am impressed, though, by the 37 car. But the control car that I really wanted to see toward them would be that 95 car of Joshua Clark. He was able to, excuse me, not Joshua Clark. Brain fart. Live on air.
Josh Adams, yeah.
That was my third guess. He pitted considerably sooner than the rest of the field right now. My question is, will this be enough in order to leapfrog some of the competitors that are still on the track as far as newer tires? I believe he's still one lap down, running along in the 10th position right there. And you can see with the 37 car, who's entering turn 1, he's not that far behind from unlapping himself. And once the rest of the field has to go down pit road, does that give that 95 car the lead?
It does give him the lead. The problem for Joshua Adams right now, though, is going to be the fact that when everybody else comes out onto, out off of pit road, he's running right now 29.9s, basically, is kind of what I've been seeing from this 95 car the past couple of laps. Ethan Burrell right now is in the 30.6s. He's kind of hit that wall of, okay, this is kind of where once the tires start wearing out, they get to a certain point in terms of pace. There's not a huge drop-off that we're kind of seeing here. Again, Ethan Burrell 30.6 versus 29.9. It's close. There's some gap there, but it's relatively close. The fastest laps we've been seeing are high 28s. A whole second difference, second and a half difference of what Ethan Burrell's doing right now. So when everybody else comes around now, suddenly Ethan Burrell is a second and a half a lap faster than Josh Adams. I think that gap's going to quickly close back down, whatever gap that Josh Adams has built up.
Now, my question to you, though, Rusov, is this a winning strategy, perhaps, to get the stage win? Will it be enough to still leapfrog the 37 car, even briefly, with 20 laps to go in the stage?
Yeah, I think that's Josh Adams' game here. Is I think he might just have enough here to win this stage, and that's huge for him if he can to get that done, get those extra points, get that chase point if he can. It's tough to say, but with 20 laps to go and nobody else coming down pit road yet, I think Josh Adams is going to have a pretty solid lead here over the rest of the pack, and then take into account the time to reclaim it. I think it's going to be Josh Adams winning this stage, unless Colin Fern can get to him. Colin Fern, I think, on a similar strategy here, actually pitted a couple laps before Josh Adams. So both of these guys trying to race it out maybe for this stage win.
They all snuck him there. They pit so early, the rest of the field forgets about him, and that's easy to do here. There's not a crew chief or a spotter telling you about the positions running by other competitors, so you might not. It could broadside you. I remember that from late last week. Chuck Sweeting was staying out there, the 37 car. I don't think he even considered that until it was too late.
Yeah, no, I mean, we barely saw Chuck Sweeting coming in for that, did we? I mean, we watched everybody come down pit road, and then all of a sudden we realized, oh shoot, Chuck Sweeting's not coming down pit road, and that race, that we know how that obviously all played out. So, yeah, do not be surprised, especially a long race like this, to see some surprises here. You know, it's going to be incredible. I think the way this whole race plays out, especially if we stay here under green, we're going to be in for a great finish here.
The longest green flag run of the night. 9, I believe. How many cars are on the lead lap right now?
On the lap, I believe we've got just 7
8.
cars.
Our leader is in.
Yeah, here comes Ethan Burrell, though. So this is going to be important. Everybody else staying out. Joshua Furr comes down with Ethan Burrell. But Burrell, lap 215. He thinks 15 laps will be enough to chase down the number 95. So here we go. Burrell stationary on the road, and you can see the 95 rounding turn through turn 3, coming out of turn number 4. Josh Adams is going to have an advantage here over the 37 of Ethan Burrell. Burrell still stationary on pit road. This is going to be a huge advantage for Joshua Adams. There is Burrell, but Adams is already long gone.
Now keep in mind, the pendulum swings in the other direction there by the 37 car.
Yes.
He'll be able to be one of the fastest cars on the track, but will that deficit he now has to overcome, can he do so in less than 15 laps? I think this is an excellent strategy call, and one that was played long, way before this window was reached. That's working backwards. That's thinking smart there on your head.
Yeah, no, I mean, you've got to be thinking strategy-wise. We've seen the short pit work before, and it's working right now here for Josh Adams. Tyler Fode, the man, still out on the racetrack. We know he typically likes to run his tanks dry, so Fode going to stay out on track right now, but, I mean, Josh Adams quickly closing that gap to Fode. As he's gapped Colin Fern a reasonable amount here. He's done a good job here. Fode is into pit lane now. So here we go. Josh Adams, who was already on the lead lap compared to Fode, he's going to be long gone as well versus Tyler Fode. Expect the same for Ethan Burrell here. So we'll see how this shakes out as we get closer to the end of the stage here. 218 of 230. Josh Adams right now looks like a favorite for the stage win.
Oh, man. He definitely does, and with the timing of how this is, it'll be interesting to know how this goes. If this goes green, when the 95 will take over the lead versus other competitors like the 37 and the 40 car. If this works its way through where we see him pitting beforehand and taking the lead, I think the 37 and the 40 car will have to respond back to that and perhaps get on pit road early in order to make sure that that 95 car does not have the same lead we see when it's closer to that checkered flag.
Yeah, this could be a move that's, going for a stage win versus going for a race win. That could be the difference in how some of these guys are playing it. You look at Tyler Fode and his choice to stay out basically until the tank ran dry. That could be a couple to say, hey, look, I'm going to set myself up later in this race because I think he thinks he can. You don't need stage points if you have a race win to lock you into the chase.
That's so true. But it's just interesting to me. I'm always thinking about that, about how an earlier move could really set you up for either disaster or failure later on. So Ethan Burrell, he is behind by how many seconds? 8 seconds? He's picked up the pace, and he's coming, but I don't know if he'll be able to overcome that in 10 laps when we award our second stage win of the night.
Yeah, it's closing fast. I mean, he's, like I said, a second and a half a lap faster, but it'll be close by the end of the stage. Actually, I'm curious. I think Ethan Burrell may be able to just pull it off. He has 9 laps to do it. He's got an 8-second gap right now to Josh Adams. This could be potentially pretty close if the pace differential between these two remains the same. And it right now on that last lap it did as well. So this could be very interesting. I'm curious to see how this plays out. It's already down to 7 seconds. So I mean, you're seeing just how quickly that pace is increasing there. Or how quickly that gap is decreasing. So, again, 1.5 seconds.
How fast that car was already. We're talking about the fastest car here so far. And that 37 car has had nothing but good luck as of late.
I see we've got Brandon Key just hit a wall here off of turn number 4.
Ooh.
That's a weird, maybe he was chasing that car, but yeah, no caution flag out for that. But that's your, that was one of your drivers who coming into this race was tied for your points lead, so that's pretty significant for him. He's going to get that rolling again, but yeah, just chase that car around, down that back straightaway. That looked tough for him. And here we go. We're gonna see, here's the gap. Ethan Burrell, the highlighted car in the 37. Look, just a few cars in front of him, the 95, heading into turn number 1 right now. That's your gap here for this stage win. Look out for that 86 as well. Colin Fern right now in second place. So Ethan Burrell is a man on a mission, chasing these guys down. He's got to get past this car just perfectly. It's a 6, I think, of Zach Evans. He does. Maybe gets a little bit checked up off of turn 2. But Ethan Burrell still chasing them down. That gap now down to 3.5 seconds.
Definitely doable by the 37 car. The question is, can he catch the lap traffic at the right place and at the right time? Man on the mission right now is that 37 car to get around both the 86 and the 95. That use strategy to try and get the stage win away from the 37 car that's been the fastest car on the racetrack for this second half of the night.
Yeah, so here we go. It's now down to just a couple of tenths of a second. There's Colin Fern. There's second place. You can see the pace difference for Ethan Burrell through 3 and 4. Easily past the 21 that's been running alongside the 86. And Ethan Burrell, I mean, he looks like he's 4 or 5 miles an hour faster down the straightaway as well with the run he can carry off the corner. Let's take a look here. Out of turn number 2, Colin Fern is going to do a job defending to the bottom, but he really can't do anything against this 37 car. And Ethan Burrell slots into the second spot, and it's now time for him to chase down Josh Adams. 1.9 seconds, which is 4 laps to go on the stage.
It's not a question of if, but a matter of when, as we see the 86 car get loose out of the corner. Ethan Burrell, a man on a missile, and that target right now has the number 95 on the side of that race car. There he is. They're about to do the same camera angle on this side of the speedway. Whew. That is moving closer and closer.
Here comes Ethan Burrell. Look at how quickly that car is closing in here. And with just a couple more laps to go on the stage, this may have worked out better for Ethan Burrell than it has for Josh Adams, because they'll cross the line, and that's the last lap in this stage that Josh Adams will lead. Ethan Burrell takes back over the lead, and he could be looking for a sweep of the stages here in Darlington with just a couple of laps to go.
Still like the tenacity out of that 95 car and the ability to try and think. I mean, had we not seen the pace out of the 37 car, that move almost worked. It really did.
Well, look, even if it wasn't for a stage win, that move still worked for Josh Adams, because he is currently well ahead of where he was running. He was running, what, 5th or 6th earlier on in the stage when he made that call to pit. He'll come home and finish this stage in second. That's a lot more, that's 4 more points than he was going to run with before. So, it's whatever victories you can take. Sure, he's not going to get the stage win, but man, he's gonna pick up a few more points in terms of the regular season championship. So he's certainly going to take that in mind.
So coming to the last lap of stage number 2, again, we will not have a green and white. We will have a green and white checkered flag. We will not see a yellow flag, though, at the end of this. We will continue to stay under the green flag, which has now lasted for well over, I believe, 90-plus laps. Doing a great job here so far to keeping the thing clean and green in this second portion of the race. Ethan Burrell has stormed his way back up in charge, and he will win both stages here tonight. Can the checkered flag go to that 37 car here? We're going to find out. 137 more laps to go.
Yeah, so there you go. Ethan Burrell, stage 1 and 2 winner. He's done a great job here. No caution flags, of course, as they all cross the line. Josh Adams does come home in second place in the second stage, and now it's that sprint to get to the end of this race. 137 laps to finish off this Southern 500, and we're at 2.5 hours in this one. Hopefully we keep these guys going green here, and we'll get a nice finish to this one. But we're going to take a quick break here, be back with you guys in just a short period of time. What a great finish to stage number 2.
Welcome back to Darlington here, South Carolina, the virtual world that is. The lady in black. You are seeing the man that's been able to tame her so far. That is the 37 car of Ethan Burrell. Right now, we are in a little bit of a green flag running position, so we're going to take this time. Oh my goodness, I have cursed us. I can't believe it. I just no sooner than the words were out of my mouth. I can't. I'm done.
That could not have been timed any better. We even planned a whole green flag segment and everything. We're like, oh, cars are separated. We've got time, of course. All right, let's head back and see what happened in this incident. Looks like the 21 of Corey Abbott involved there. It gets into that outside wall. Matthew Weeks involved in that. He hits the wall, so he was competitive as well. He gets some damage on the right side of that 11 car involved in that, and so there you go. The yellow flag comes out now. And hopefully it's not a sign of things to come for the future of this event. We'll see some more green flag running, but this changes a lot. Ethan Burrell, Hank Steinmiller in the second position, who during that break took over the position over Josh Adams. Everyone basically coming down pit road. I think this seems to make sense. You want to get through. You pit now, and you'll have one more stop, I think, to make it to the end of this race.
Definitely not going to see what we thought would be perhaps a sense of urgency to save tires here. I think we've gotten into that window where I think we're pretty good about that. But a net gain for the 95 car, who is going to use this caution flag to get on the same pace as everybody else. So same even footing, if you will, and an excellent way to do so under this caution flag after pitting early in that before stage 2 ended. 37 car is going to be your pit road winner. But a guy that he has to defend knows victory lane. He won it last time. That's Hank Steinmiller in that 63 car, and he'll be starting right side by side with Ethan Burrell on this restart.
Yeah, Hank's had a really impressive night tonight. Obviously had those difficulties early on, but has done a great job coming back, and he's been competitive since rejoining this top 5. So let's keep an eye out here for Hank Steinmiller. I think he's going to be a guy to watch out for late in this race. Just again here tonight, he was dominant last time around. He'll have maybe a little bit more difficult run to victory lane if he gets the job done here today. But it'll still be another great victory if he can here at the Southern 500.
Woo! So 17th caution flag of the night. Hopefully the 11 car Matthew Weeks, he was involved in that. He'll spend some time getting some of that damage there fixed, but I didn't see that take a heavy hit, at least not what we saw with the 63 car earlier today, and we've seen him being able to rebound, so hopefully the 11 car, he might be down, but don't count him out.
Yeah, certainly. Matthew Weeks, only in 9th position. We have very few cars on the lead lap, so he doesn't lose too much there. Even if he did have to pit in and take some damage, and it does look like he did fix whatever damage he picked up from that incident, spent some time on pit road to do so. So he'll come back into this and restart actually in the 7th position here in this field. So for him, certainly it's far from over. I mean, you really look at the guys who are running in the top 8, and any of these guys could possibly pull off this win, and I think it's going to come from this top 8. You've got Ethan Burrell, Hank Steinmiller, Tyler Fode, Josh Adams, Josh Clark, Colin Fern, Matthew Weeks, and Gerald Campbell. I think those guys have all shown the ability to win this race, to lead laps here, and to be competitive. I think your race winner surely has to come out of that group.
So when we restart here, we'll have a little over 120 more laps to remaining here. Hoping we can get this done just in time, just before midnight, because some of us have a lot of work and stuff in college to go to.
Yeah, it's still a weekday. We've still got a life to head to tomorrow, I suppose.
Might be early this morning, but so far we ran along a good enough pace. I know we've had a lot of caution flags there to slow this down, but so far that was a great, really two. Was that two or just one? What do you call it? Green flag pit stops. I believe it's just a one green flag pit stop, but enough over a 70 to 80 lap run that was significant in getting us into this order here today.
Yeah, exactly. I think we were it was a single stop there, but probably about a run and a half there almost, I think, to get us started. But we're getting back to green flag racing here, back up front.
Oh, wow. Sorry.
No, I didn't realize either.
We were looking at the tail end of the field. I thought they were still single file, so they're 122 laps to go. Ethan Burrell fires out of the pocket there nicely. He's already gotten a big lead, as we see. Hank Steinmiller, can he gather it up?
Oh, that's a hard hit with Jeff Green.
Jeff Green was absolutely nowhere to go in the second issue of the night for the 63 car, and this time it could hurt him more severely.
And there you see, just loses it off of turn number 2. I think it's that banking again, and Jeff Green nowhere to go, slams into that 63, and I think day over. It might finally be day over for that 63. I know these cars have been pretty resilient, but man, that's a hard hit.
And that was a competitor who we thought could go toe-to-toe with the 37 car. Obviously, not the night that he wanted, but he'd been able to overcome so much.
Yeah, he really had been able to. You know, came back from a huge crash, and I mean, you know, who knows? He could come back from this one as well and surprise us all. But yeah, it's going to be a rough finish to this night for sure. I think for Hank Steinmiller after that great comeback from earlier on.
This caution flag allows at least one competitor to get their lap back. It might be the 11 car of Matthew Weeks. Did he go a lap down during that fixing that damage? He might have, but with a quick caution flag to get him back and caught back up. So this will be our 18th caution flag of the night.
Yeah, it's certainly been a number of laps here under caution that we've spent, but thankfully I think that the pace of green flag running has been quick enough. You know, like we said earlier, that the race is going by a little bit quicker, and yeah, this has been an interesting race for sure. I think these guys keep it green. We had a great run there. We had great strategy the way it played out. I think we just once we get into you know, a single yellow flag situation, I think they just continue to build on one another.
Yeah, you can feel kind of the it's still not go time, but the sense of go time is there, because this might be the last time you see these guys all bunched up in order to try and get your ability to go ahead and try and win this race. So the 37 car, the pace that we have seen out of that car, though, it has just been stellar. I don't know if anybody really had anything for him. I thought so with the 63 car, but not right now.
Yeah, now, you know, his next challenger is Tyler Fody in that 40 car, who's looked good. I don't know if Fody's had a race-leading car. He's been competitive. He's been a top 5 car all day, but, you know, I look back towards the field. You know, Josh Adams obviously sticks out as a potential race-winning car. Colin Fern, I think, also might have the pace to win tonight. But realistically, I mean, the guy that actually we have kind of don't know what happened was Chad Thornquist. I mean, he's out of this race. He was probably the closest guy on pace to the likes of Ethan Burrell and Hank Steinmiller. I'd say those three probably were the 3 fastest cars off of pure speed. But right now, 2 of those cars, one of those cars is out, and Hank Steinmiller right now is the last car on the lead lap after suffering damage in that last crash. So it could just be Ethan Burrell's race to lose right here.
Ethan Burrell looking for his first win of the season there after what we had mentioned there, kind of a somewhat of a slump. That 37 car seemed to always be the bridesmaid, never the bride, but he never ever gave up, and now could be peaking at the right time. Darlington, a racetrack here. He won earlier in the Xfinity series, I believe, this week. He is trying to go back-to-back as far as, or at least put 2 of those Drews. I don't know who won the truck race there. But
Scott Crump, I believe, won the truck race. I don't actually know who won the Xfinity race. I think you did, though. Yeah.
It was Ethan Burrell that won the Xfinity race there. So he is doing an excellent job. Whatever's transferred from those cars, he's been able to put in place here tonight. So I know if my man Ethan can get it done here tonight, it will be a popular win. It'll still be tonight for him. He's on the West Coast. But so
yeah, Ethan doesn't have to worry about a late night for sure. So.
Yeah, it might be a late night though for him if he gets this win.
That's true.
All right, so I like to call it the generic pace car is in.
And Ethan Brell is away, and a great restart from teammate. You know, we're seeing this again. Ethan Brell lined up with teammate Josh Clark, and Clark gets second place now from Tyler Fody. So you've got Pro Edge 1-2. And Tyler Fody has to fall back into the clutches of Joshua Adams. We'll see how these guys fare on the restart. And Andrew Rucker is now part of this group now, running in the top 5. He had a good restart last time around, has a good restart this time around here. This 64 car up into the wall, though, a little bit.
Oh, my goodness. I don't think you could fit a piece of paper in between him and the wall right there on that section of the speedway.
Yeah, there might have been some contact there with Andrew Rucker, but right now does enough to stick around. And now for Josh Clark, unfortunately, that run falling away from him, and he's going to lose some time. Oh, he's in the wall. Check up there with Matthew Weeks.
Both Pro Edge cars are into the outside wall, and they are collecting more on the backstretch.
Brandon Key involved in that as well. You see Hank Steinmiller has to kind of check up to avoid that. Man.
Heavy damage to the 28 and the 11. And then there was one. Pro Edge Racing with a bad lap. Take a look at the 28 car. He gets into the outside wall, checks up in front of the 11, who has nowhere to go. He pounds the inside wall. The 28's in the outside wall. Their day is likely done here tonight.
And there you see that checkup from Hank Steinmiller. You saw Brandon Key get tapped by the 28 car as well. So Key gets damage from that. So three cars really involved in that heavily. And 2 of them Pro Edge Toyotas, who are both, I think, within a shout to win this race. Both of them had that capability to do so. Man, that's unfortunate for them.
Ooh, 28, you see him already taking that car to the attention of pit road, where he will have to spend several minutes fixing that damage there. 19th caution flag of the night. As we mentioned there, it's just it doesn't take much to have an issue right now. We've had such much green flag running, but right now we've had 2 restart crashes where the yellow flag has come out on the backstretch there. These guys in turn 2, it just seems to be a trouble spot, especially just getting up to speed.
Yeah, I that's what guys are struggling with, because we restart double file on a track where you really can't run double file. So it's kind of you just have issues no matter what, I think, with the way this is set up. So that's kind of how you have to play it, and you have to be smart on these restarts. And we're seeing guys maybe getting a little bit too aggressive on restarts, running 2x2 in areas where you just can't.
Oh, yellow flag, and then Ethan Burrell was the only Pro Edge Racing car without any damage. Whew. We'll sort it all up for you here, but we're going to take a quick commercial break here. We'll be right back with more action from Darlington. 110 laps to go here at the Lady Black.
My name is John Cunningham with C2 Freight Resources. We are a Hub Zone certified logistics company here in Houston, Alabama. We've been in business for over 20 years, working with the Department of Defense and the federal government, among many other customers. C2 is committed to truckload shipments along with less than truckload shipments across the United States, Canada, and Mexico. Our high level of service is what keeps our customers coming back year after year. Our industry-leading transportation management software, along with our tracking software, allow our customers to know where their shipments are at any time, any day. In closing, C2 Freight looks forward to earning your trust and business through actions day in and day out. We know if given the opportunity, you'll be pleased with our service and communication.
back on track still here, pacing, and of course you're seeing the ads there for C2 Freight Resources as well as Response Energy, both of them premier sponsors here with the Elite Racing Leagues, and of course the third of our premier sponsors, Blue Egg Marketing. No ad for them, but of course we know exactly what to say because Blue Egg Marketing is the marketing department for your small business. If you're a small business owner, Blue Egg Marketing is your biggest fan. Whatever your constraints are, they catalyze creativity, and Blue Egg Marketing can help you figure out how to punch above your weight class. So check out Blue Egg Marketing, a great premier sponsor coming on board with the Elite Racing League this particular season. And of course, a proud sponsor of Tyler Fody. We're about to get back to the action here at Darlington. Cars 2x2. So once again, we just had back-to-back cautions there, and hoping we can get some green flag running here to finish off this race. We still got a long way to go in this one, over 100 laps to go in this Tilson Southern 500. Tyler Fody, Ethan Brell, your front row starters. Look out for Andrew Rucker. He's been making up positions on these restarts as well. Daniel Martinez as well has a good starting position here in the 6th spot. The pace car is going to peel off, and we're about to go back to green flag racing. Brell will have that advantage. But look out because there's a lot of hungry cars who wants to take away that position from him.
So look out because turn 2 is looming once again. It will be for another 110 plus laps. We'll see if they'll be able to negotiate that corner as they are double wide, the 86 and the 64. Andrew Rucker gets off the corner there. Ooh, but we did see one car bounce off it. I believe that was Zach Evans in that 6 car right there.
Might have even been a lap down car, and I think it was that bounce off there. So thankfully, everybody points in the right direction there. We're going to stay all straight here and get back to it. Battle right now on your screen for 2nd position, Tyler Fody versus Josh Adams.
And unfortunately with that Rashley, oh, Colin Fern, can he hang on? He's in the gas. No! Andrew Rucker and Colin Fern wadded up on the inside wall and more collected into it. Big hit out of turn 2 once again, caution 20.
Wow, that was a huge hit, and I think that was Kendall Noah Player who got involved in that one as well. There's that damage. Yeah, it is that 94 car. So it starts, I think, with Colin Fern here. Let's take a look and see what happened in this incident. Colin Fern just gets loose there off of 2. Oh, I think Rucker and Fern, I think Fern might have saved that, but Rucker gets loose off of 2 as well, and it's a hard hit there. Let's go to Rucker's side of this. You can kind of see, but
Fern had saved his, but right in the midst of saving this, he puts himself in the danger zone of the 64 spin, and then they make contact. They block the track, and the 94 Kendall Noah Player with absolutely nowhere to go. And another 2 lead lap cars are heavily damaged. We saw that with the last caution flag. So they are dropping like flies inside of this top 5.
So there you go, Kendall Noah Player on pit road, and now, I mean, you come down to it, you've got Ethan Burrell, Tyler Fody, Gerald, really, it's Ethan Burrell and Tyler Fody are the only 2 cars here who haven't seen damage yet. Gerald Campbell had a crash earlier on in this race. Hank Steimler has had 2 crashes already. Zach Evans was involved in a number of crashes earlier. He's up in 5th. I mean, how about that from Zach Evans? Chad Frankenfield, who had that huge hit with Tate Lytle, is back in 6th. I mean, this race is ridiculous right now, the way it's all playing out. It's wow. Just wow.
That is unfortunate. I will definitely say this is Ethan Burrell's race to lose right now. I just don't see anything else. I'm trying to look to see Joshua Clark. He's been able to make up some positions there after being involved in that. I don't know. Matthew Weeks, is he out? He might be out of it. I think a lot of these people might be just trying to survive and work their way through.
Yeah, oh my gosh. What a race this has been here. Lap 259 of 367 here. We're curious to see where we are in terms of timing on this race.
I gotta say, it's gonna be every bit of. We have 40. Is there a timing factor that heads into this?
That's a great question, actually, and I'm not actually too sure. what our limit is in terms of timing on this particular iRacing lobby. So we're 2 hours and 53 minutes into this particular race. So that's kind of where we're at right now. I don't know what the limit is. My assumption might be around 4 hours, but we'll see.
All right, guys. Well, we might be getting a lot of your NASCAR nonstop action might be there because to be brutally honest, it's just not very much to talk about right here. With two guys in the booth, it's just not going to be as much as exciting this fanfare. But we're just hoping for some green flag racing here to kind of get you guys up to speed. We do know we'll have at least one more green flag pit stop, but as far as just traveling with all this action, there's not that many cars on the track right here.
Yeah, not that many cars on the track that are still within a shot of winning this, but of course, I mean, we get some more cautions, and I think, things can change very quickly. Lights are going to go out on the pace car here, I would assume. Yep, they do. So we'll get them lined up 2 by 2, and we've got just a lap to go here before we're ready to go back to, hopefully, a nice long green flag run to the end.
So Gerald Campbell, Hank Steinmiller. There you see Zach T. Evans. He's been able to creep up inside the top 5. Zach doing a great job. He provides you coverage for the Truck Series. Having a good top 10 run here tonight.
Well, we got them lined up 2 by 2 here, and I mean, look at the guy who's on the inside. I mean, look at the second row in general, Gerald Campbell and Hank Steinmiller. Again, just how crazy this race has been, and you can be involved in some pretty significant wrecks and still be able to come out here and compete. I don't know what the pace of those cars is going to be like. Realistically, it might just be Ethan Burrell versus Tyler Fode, because those are the only 2 cars really without a scratch on them tonight.
So Ethan Burrell has a good lead, and he'll jump to it.
Tyler Fode does a good job hanging on a little bit, and also, more importantly, separating himself from the likes of Steinmiller and Campbell. That means that Fode's not going to kind of get sucked back into the rest of this pack here and lose more time than he needs to Ethan Burrell. He can kind of stay on the rear bumper of the 37 if we get a run going here. Battle of I think it's going to be for third here between Hank Steinmiller, between Gerald Campbell, Chad Frankenfield, all of these guys involved in this one. And certainly don't count out, the likes of Josh Adams, who might still have some pace in that 95 car. Josh Clark might still have something. Daniel Martinez has been making some good progress here through all these cautions. Colin Fern's still in this race. And here we go. Daniel Martinez to the inside of Joshua Adams. And I think that might have been a mistake from Adams, but great move there from Martinez up into the 7th.
A couple of drivers running some modifieds there. I don't know who that was there without a hood at all, but he was well below racing surface as we see Daniel Martinez. This is a battle for 7th and 8th.
Ooh, you see Martinez gets a little bit loose now off of turn number 2, and he gives up that position to the 95 of Joshua Adams, so that could go back and forth a little bit throughout the race. The car's loose off of 2 for sure. It's how well you can save it and maintain the momentum over the course of the lap, and there you go. The 95 now past the 6 as well of Zach Evans. Evans dropping down a few spots. That car has quite a bit of damage on it, to be fair to Zach Evans. That's he's in for a rough ride, I think, tonight. But yeah, we'll see how well he can hang on. Did a great job to just be there and be running here at the end.
63 car, he'll just scrape the wall just a little bit out of turn 4, but that's not the first time we've seen that actually happen here tonight. So as long as he keeps the point in the right direction, I mean, the fact that if this car comes home in the top 5, it will be amazing, because it was seriously wrecked. Not once, but twice.
Yeah, no, it's been impressive, I think, and it's a testament, I think, to maybe the ability of these cars that, they can still run. Maybe it is, we talked about it earlier, the composite bodies, you can maybe take a little bit more of a hit. You're not as reliant on the sheet metal, which can bend quite a bit more easily. So, yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of factors that could play into this, but it could just be a situation of it's such a long race that even if you do get a big hit, it's worthwhile to sit on pit road, get that damage fixed, and go back out and get these laps done because, I mean, there's going to be so much attrition.
You never know. You never give up. I mean, some of these guys who we did write off right there are inside with top 10s. I mean, the 86 car, Colin Fern, he is still in this thing right now, and I thought his day was definitely done.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's so easy to write some of these drivers off and say, yeah, no, that's it. But man, he's just doing a great job. Josh Adams, one of those guys who I think doesn't have too much damage on that car, if any at all. I don't think he's too many incidents. I think he just went down pit road on that last caution there, so he has fresh tires. Compared to the rest of the pack, this could be an interesting strategy call here. We're under 100 laps to go in this race, finally. As we're about to tick over, you'll be able to see just here 2.5 hours into this race. Or excuse me, 2.5 hours left in this race. We're about to take over to 3 hours into this race. So here, in theory, they had us scheduled for 5.5 hours. So yeah, no.
Well, thankfully that will not be the case. And if it is, well, yeah, I won't be here to see it. But
I'm gonna put a hard end on this broadcast at let's say 12:15 Eastern time. Hopefully we're done by then.
It has definitely been a very much long night. I don't even know, to be honest. Let's take a look at our YouTube land. I'm gonna see our viewers here. Chat with us here if you are watching us on the YouTube here. We'd love to talk to you. Let's see. I'm going to go in and see your live. Hey, we have 16 people watching. Hey, you're 15 people. So, hey, join us here. I'll be a part of the race chat here. I'll see if... I'll give you a shout out there if anybody else wants to watch. Maybe you can tell us what your favorite part of tonight's race has been, your favorite paint scheme. I mean, these guys do work hard putting on a good show. It's just one of NASCAR's longest night. Definitely prestigious here in numerous ways, but we're definitely, and I think that part, that hour where even us as broadcasters, we're feeling the fatigue. I can't imagine what these guys are in doing this virtually.
Yeah, definitely want to get some engagement here. I mean, would love to hear guys' thoughts on this race. And, there have been some high points and some low points for sure in this event, but guys are putting on a good event. It's a long night. I think everybody knew this was coming. But right now, we're seeing some interesting racing. Guys maybe a little bit more spread out than we'd like on the racetrack. But we got a good battle going on here for the 8th position between Clark, Fern, and Adams. Jacob Adams, that is. So we can kind of follow this right now and, of course, keep an eye out on the battle for the lead. And, heck, even this battle actually for 3rd position because... fourth position because Josh Adams, that 95 car is really quick right now and could be a serious threat to the likes of Tyler Fody and Ethan Burrell. It could be, a 1-2-3 right there is Burrell, Fody, and Adams. Not necessarily in that order, but they're certainly doing that. Those three are the three that look somewhat competitive right now.
You saw the 95 car actually get that position away from the 31 car. Campbell, who actually just decided smartly to give it up. He might know that car is a little bit faster, don't want to be pressured into a mistake. And so that 95 car showing some excellent pace there. I think he's definitely helped his cause as far as putting on those newer tires there and trying to even the playing field that the 37 car is, because he's been in the league on his own. Why not give yourself every advantage you can with the least amount of cars on the racetrack?
Burrell's done a good job here pulling out to a 1.1 second lead as something happened to Tyler Fody. He's dropped a position to Hank Steimler. There's damage on that 40 car.
Oh, there is to the right side.
Wow.
He pancaked the wall there trying to get up, and I didn't even see, what do you call it? I'm trying to look at that paint scheme. It almost looks like the hood is missing.
The hood is missing, and there it is.
He ran into the back of a slower competitor right there.
Yeah, we're going to go back and get a full replay of that. But, yeah, he ran into the back of Jeff Green in the 38 car. Wow, that's huge to Tyler Fode. Again, we were talking about it. One of the two cars we really thought that didn't have damage. I saw that 1 second thing.
Wow!
Jeff Green loses
Ethan
it.
Burrell barely got through that, and the 44 and the 40 did not get as lucky.
Wow. And that's a teammate to Tyler Fode, Jeff Green. So that's brutal there for Tyler Fode, losing that opportunity there. And he's going to lose another spot here as we head back to live pictures to Josh Adams now, who's just made that pass on him. So Tyler Fode, who was looking as a lock for second at the very least, maybe even had the ability to chase down Ethan Burrell, now has huge damage to the front end of that 40 car. And he's got to limp that home now to finish this race here. And meanwhile, if you're Ethan Burrell, that's probably some of the best news you can hear, because now it's a 1.1 second gap back to Hank Steinmiller. And Burrell right now is running solidly better than both Steinmiller and Adams on the racetrack.
Fortunate, but I don't know how close you can get back, but I mean, the 38 car, don't know what sent him out of control right there, but the 37 car had the win almost knocked it away from his hand right there, because 38 car Green almost clipped him as well. So it is never ever just riding around logging laps here at Darlington. You see the 63 car there still trying to negotiate turn number 2. That has been the trouble area for him. But Ethan Burrell trying to maintain that gap and looking to beat last year's Southern 500 winner. Could it happen here tonight?
I think he's certainly got a chance to do so. I think he's looked so good today, and right now we've got this battle for 5th position there. Gerald Campbell, you see, versus Chad Frankenfield. Campbell up 8 from his starting spot. Frankenfield down 2, but both of them have been involved in a couple of accidents over the course of the night.
Yeah, that is that's just unfortunate for the 40 car there, Tyler Fode. However, we don't know if we've seen the last yellow flag of tonight, so we'll find out. But why don't we take this moment to pause again and take a quick break. We'll come back here and give you all the action here, and if anything breaks out, we'll break in. Final laps at Darlington here coming up. Just as we were talking about that, the yellow flag has reared its ugly head once again here at Darlington. Yellow flag number 21 of the night. Joshua Clark, the star of this crash.
Head back and see. Oh, excuse me there. Head back and grab a better replay. See exactly what happened to the 28. Looks like it might have been one of those situations where he's chasing it up the racetrack, coming off of turn 4. Let's take a look. And yeah, the way that happens, he just didn't have that car locked down and ended up
Interesting
in the wall.
that caused a caution, though. We've seen cars spin out right
I
there.
think
Not
that's
really.
what caused the caution. Yeah, there you go.
Don't know if he was trying to get back in the gas, but the leaders are definitely in, and I believe this actually takes out the green flag component. I'm sorry, the green flag pit stop out of this race. I believe this might be the last time we see these guys on pit road.
If we stay green, they should be able to make it to the end of this race. Yes. Or just, actually. That could be interesting, actually. If this is green, this could be a fuel mileage race. However,
We've seen the pace from the 37 car. I don't know if it would be. He got snookered by.
Oh my God!
My goodness! Big damage by Ethan Burrell and Hank Steinmiller. Did Ethan Burrell just throw this race away?
No way! Wow! Wow!
What
wow!
on
wow!
earth happened?
You never see that. You never see guys losing it like that on pit road. Wow.
And there is major damage, and Hank Steinmiller actually has damage on that car as well.
Wow.
Joshua Adams is your leader, but there is significant damage, and that is damage that will definitely need to be addressed before he goes back green. He will not be competitive at all. The most dominant car of the night with an issue on pit road. We watch it unfold.
Just loses it.
What happened?
Just gets on the power, I think, trying to beat Hank Steinmiller off of pit road and just loses it. Wow. So you're the driver who won both stage 1 and 2, dominated, led the most laps tonight. Mistake on pit road late in the race, I believe, might have just cost Ethan Burrell a Tilson Southern 500 victory.
There is some heavy damage on that car. The lead has been handed to the 95, Joshua Adams, who might remain the last car standing without damage.
Wow.
That car is looking pretty clean. But I'm like you there. We are just stunned at what we just saw. I have not seen an accident on pit road coming out there as of late.
I think the other thing is, I mean, you just don't see Ethan Burrell making mistakes like that often. That's wow. Yeah, I'm honestly shocked by that. Yeah, wow. That's all I've got. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you're, that's awful. I mean, to have had that much success over the course of the night, we talked about it earlier, right? You know, you'd rather be in a position where, you know, you're out early and you don't get your hopes up versus something like that where, you know, he was so competitive. He was, you know, in my eyes, the favorite at that point to win this race. You know, and that happened. So,
He obviously is back on pit road to fix that damage. I don't necessarily know how significant the damage was on there. If you can get pretty significant damage at you know, less than 50 miles an hour, they're just getting onto the gas. But also Hank Steinmiller, who had hit him, he did not repair the damage on that car. He's staying out there. So we see Joshua Adams, who's the cleanest car so far. Chad Frankenfield, it's Daniel Martinez. Steinmiller, who did lose a couple positions because of that issue on pit road by the 37 car. Jacob Adams, Zach T. Evans, Gerald Campbell, and Tyler Fody. Colin Fern, and then Alexander Van de Sant are your top 10. Ethan Burrell is now outside of the top 10 in 11th.
yeah, and quick update on Pro Edge, the team that was running 1-2-3 at one point in this race. Ethan Burrell there at the tail end of the lead lap here with that huge amount of damage. The only other running car is Matthew Weeks, but Weeks is 6 laps down. Everybody else is out from that group of Toyotas, so that's been an unfortunate turn of events for that team. But we're back to green flag racing. It's Adams now, and Chad Frankenfield now takes over second. I think that damage on the 63, we'll see, you know, how significant that is.
The Steinmiller, he's had a fast car even with damage. I think Chad, we don't know exactly how clean that car will run. I know he was heavily involved in an issue as well. So, but Joshua Adams, though, could be the right time, right place to try and sweep away the win here tonight. See Ethan Burrell, he's been able to work his way up.
Yeah, he's actually passed a couple of cars here on this restart. I mean, we'll see.
I don't know, has he fixed that damage at all, or it still looks pretty heavily damaged? I don't know if that's just an iRacing a damage model, or if that race car has been fixed somewhat better than what we're seeing right now. But you feel, I mean, that is not the car that 5 minutes ago was leading this race.
I mean, the lap Ethan Burrell just put in was equal in lap time to what our Hank Steinmiller did on that last lap. So somehow, in some way, Ethan Burrell could still very much be in this race as he's closing Cody and Daniel Martinez. I mean, what a twist that would be if that's the case, but a long way to go in this one, and it's certainly far from over, I think, for this 37, despite what it may look like on the screen.
Well, he definitely has his work cut out for him. It's not going to be easy. We saw the lap beforehand, the 86 car there with a big slide. Ethan Burrell now applying the pressure on the 40 car. He'll look to the inside, but question remains, can he get back up to the 95 who has no damage? What are the lap times he's running compared to the 95 in clean air?
Yeah, the 95 in clean air on that last lap was a 28.92. In dirty air compared to, for Ethan Brell, it was a 29.00. So, I mean, we're talking a tenth of a second difference. It's actually not significant.
Not very much. Still some time to make up. It'll be interesting to see. I know somebody who might want it to run green will probably be that 37 car to see if he can get caught back up.
Yeah, he's going to want to try and make some moves here if he can. He's got to get by Tyler Fody right now, though. You know, Fody, another one of those guys who has damage on this car, but seems to be running competitive enough lap time. So, wow. Here we go. Ethan Brell to the inside. Question is, can he clear the 40? Oh, they came close together there off of 4.
They did. That's going to cost them some time. You can still see the fire in both of these guys. These guys are damaged, but they're not out, and they want every position they can. Man, oh man, the story of this race just occurred on lap 284. It took us 2.5 hours to get to that storyline, but my goodness, what a twisted moment we've seen here in the Southern 500. Did I not say that the lady in black does not discriminate?
Yeah, no, she does not. Wow. What a race this is turning out to be. I mean, so many ups and downs for different drivers. I mean, you know, you go to any one of these incidents and you tell me, you know, this guy's going to be fighting for a top 5 later in the race or fighting for a win, and I'll tell you you're crazy. I mean, we saw the damage that Chad Frankenfield had on his car. It was ridiculous amount of damage. He was involved in, I think, 3 separate incidents throughout the course of this race, and he's right now in second place, you know, behind Josh Adams and losing time to Josh Adams. But I mean, ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, of the 40, well, I believe we had 43 cars, or was it just 40 cars that started here today? Yep, just 40 cars. There is only one car on here right now that does not have damage, and that is the 95.
Yeah, Josh Adams, I mean, credit where credit's due to this 95 of Josh Adams. You know, to have a clean race car after all of this, I think, you know, we even potentially go to, you know, that right front, right rear suspension. And there you see he doesn't even have you know, damage on the right side of his car from the wall. I mean, he's been that good, he's been that consistent. There's nothing there. But there's a reason this guy was a championship favorite. He won the regular season championship last year. You know, was set to win the championship all the way up to the final lap of the season last year, until an incident between him and Tyler Fody, you know, gave that championship over to Gerald Campbell, who certainly earned it. But man, this guy knows how to get it done. He's found something in the past couple of seasons, and right now he's showing exactly that here at Darlington. A clean race car, a consistent race car, and throwing a little bit of pace. And Josh Adams, he could be back to championship favorite here within, you know, the next 67 laps.
Well, we have been stunned before, and hopefully we won't be stunned again. We tried going to break there earlier, but the caution flag obviously coming out, and then the most dramatic point of this race, perhaps of the season, occurred right then and there, not even on the racetrack, but on pit road. Now, the 95 car, as we are working lap 300, that means only 67 more circuits around this racetrack. We'll take a quick break here as we cross onto that stretch, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. And the one car we thought would be perhaps leaving here unscathed has just now been collected in our latest incident on the track. Take a look at what happened to the 95 of Joshua Adams, the final victim of tonight.
Yeah, just shocked to see the incident for Josh Adams. I mean, I did not expect that. Like, we were just talking before we went to break there, how consistent he's been. There was not a speck on that car. And then it can all come unraveled in what? Oh, it's not even him. It was the 3 of Haney. Haney crashes in front of him. Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
And I mean, you can't avoid that if you're Josh Adams. I mean, there's nothing you can do. That's heartbreaking right there. Nothing, not his fault at all. Scott Haney, a lapped car. Scott Haney, a car, 5 laps down from our leaders, loses it there in front of Josh Adams, and that's day over, I think, for that 95. Wow. So Chad Frankenfield, how about that? Is now your race leader, and Jacob Adams now the guy in second position. We expect this race, if it stays green here, there should be no more pit stops, I think, to make it to the end here. Yeah, I think so. So it could be a head-to-head fight here between Adams and Frankenfield, the other Adams, and Chad Frankenfield, and Jacob Adams right now closing that gap a little bit in on Chad, but man, wow.
I just not only am I speechless because it's almost 11:30 at night here, we're following this race. I'm just speechless, just what has just occurred. Imagine us. We have the Southern 500. It begins our playoffs this season. Imagine every car in the field having an issue. Every car, no matter what. You can be on top of your game like Kyle Larson. You can be, one of the Rick Ware cars, which is nothing for you. But imagine every car having an issue. That is what has happened here tonight. Everybody.
Yeah, it's wow. Just wow. I mean, I'm staggered. This is the kind of stuff you expect to see in the clash at Daytona, if anything. Not into the Southern 500.
It has become the war of attrition 500. I think I heard Mike Joyce say that one time, or in relationship to the Daytona 500, but it applies definitely here tonight here as well for the Southern 500. Now, we're seeing perhaps the closest battle for the lead as of late when it could count the most, but Jacob Adams still has to do some work in order to get around Chad Frankenfield, and he's not an easy guy to pass.
No, Chad's not an easy guy to pass, and Chad right now, that car, despite what it looks like, seems to be running, has good pace there. They're trading laps back and forth, so some laps you'll see Jacob Adams is faster, some laps you'll see Chad Frankenfield is faster. If we actually go to Chad over here, we can see that lap time difference and how it's changed over the course of the last couple laps, and you'll literally see it flips back and forth there as they cross over. One lap Adams is faster, one lap Frankenfield's faster, one lap Adams is faster, one lap Frankenfield, back and forth. So really no significant advantage one guy or the other, and there you see that again, just how that continues to go back up and down here between the two. We'll see again if Adams can make any kind of headway, as it looks like he's closer this lap, but he's got to make a move relatively soon. The race is certainly starting to wind down.
Yeah, Jacob Adams there, trying to perhaps take over from his brother's misfortunes as the 15 of Chad Frankenfield. Don't know what his stats are as far as crown jewels in his own league, but I do know, I don't believe he's actually won here at Darlington, so tonight would be a good night. But I know Jacob Adams, you talk about the pressure, this is the car that has seen the outside wall numerous times this year, early in this season, but in order to make sure your name is in the playoffs, what we could see out of that 25 car might come to fruition there if he gets a chance to the 15 and gets to the back bumper.
Yeah, he's, the gap is staying right now at about 0.4 of a second. I think the 25 is maybe a little bit faster in the corners, the 15 maybe a little bit more speed on the straights. Right now, that seems to be how they're kind of faring here Maybe a little bit of a side draft there on Jacob Adams that's going to hurt him down this straightaway and extend that gap. So we'll keep following this battle because it really is the closest battle on the racetrack right now is this battle for the lead, and we'll continue to see here, if there's anything that Jacob Adams can do to pass the 15. Here's another good lap from him, and we're going to keep kind of following this. We'll open up this lap time bar, and you'll see the last couple of laps there you go. Last couple of laps for Adams was a little bit off. I think this last time around closed it a little bit.
So it's interesting to me, the lines, and you don't know if they're using the lines for the race car because of how damaged the race car is, of how perhaps that's just how better the car works up there, or if he's trying to use that protective line there. But look at how Frank is on the Frankenfield is on top of that corner in turn 3 and 4 versus where Adams enters the corner there. And it seems to be kind of even, but now we're seeing some lap traffic, and I'd be worried about that 3 or the 11. I'd be worried about any car that's not my car, actually, and I'm worried about that. So we'll see what happens right here as the leaders face lap traffic, but lap traffic gets out of the way. Even that brief pause, though, allowed the 25 car a shot to try and get to the back bumper of the 15. It's the closest we've seen the lead all day long. It's Chad trying to step it out just ever so much in front of that 25 car.
Frankenfield, though, extending that gap once again. There was that opportunity for Adams on that last lap. You saw just how much he was able to close in by. But I think Frankenfield doing a great job here of just maintaining that gap and making sure that Adams can't get within striking distance, can't get to Chad Frankenfield's bumper. And I think we're going to see here Frankenfield was faster on this lap, and he was there by a whole tenth of a second. So, Adams is there. He's close, but
It'll have to come to some type of mistake out of the 15, and that's not so far-fetched. We'll see what happens here, or it's the 25 car that's trying to maintain the gap, perhaps not show him your hand just yet. This takes me back to the battle between Chase Elliott and Martin Truex Jr. there, back in last year's Southern 500, actually.
Yeah.
And the 25... kind of in the spot where we saw Martin Truex Jr. if he tries to get around him. And if these both cars get into the wall, watch out for Daniel Martinez. He's about 4.5 seconds back, but as we've seen tonight, anything can happen.
Yeah, we're continuing to tick down the laps here, and Adams seems like he's creeping ever so close to Chad Frankenfield. That gap is going down. You can see there that huge effect, I think, of the lapped cars really, really helped him get close, and once he was closed in, he's been able to maintain that gap just a little bit closer to the back of this 15 car. But he needs to get to the bumper. He needs to get to the quarter panel of the 15 if he wants a shot. And the question is, when it comes down to it, we get into the final laps, how willing is he to dive it in and make a move? Right there, he's trying that different line, trying to see if he can just get to the quarter panel.
I think there's also the position of your season might be in line. Now, we know Chad Frankenfield is the previous champion here. He's not going to be down for the count in most races here. If he is in a position where you can try and move him on that last lap, if I'm the 25 car, I'm sorry, but I gotta move him. I gotta go. I gotta make sure my chance in the playoffs at least has a shot here. That could come here tonight. It might not present the opportunity. Might not present itself ever.
He's looking. He's there at the bumper of Chad Frankenfield, side by side into turn number 1. Jacob Adams makes a move for the lead. They're side by side, though, and he's not going to be able to make it stick. Chad Frankenfield has the preferred line in 1 and 2, but the race is absolutely on here, and we've got it with 40 laps to go in this race.
Didn't work that time there, but the 25 car, what did he learn just by trying that move?
He's learning a lot right now. He knows that top line is advantageous, and I just don't think if you're going to make a move, I don't think it's going to be in turn number 1 unless you can clear Chad Frankenfield before you make it to that middle of 1 and 2. Otherwise, your best bet is to try and make that in 3, try and get you guys to run side by side, or basically scare Chad Frankenfield. you know, and you know, make an aggressive move and force Frankenfield to back out of it. But I think this late in the race, I don't know if Frankenfield will back out of it. So, you know, you've got to play it smart. You know, like you said, you know, these guys could both easily collide here. And this race could very easily go to, well, now Gerald Campbell, who's running in the third position, as Daniel Martinez has fallen out. Down a couple of positions, actually. I don't know what happened to Daniel Martinez, yeah.
Probably something I just can't even right now. I would imagine
too many things happening
like
on track, yeah.
the Grim Reaper is out there racing along with these guys. What car will be next?
Yeah, honestly, odds are with the leader's curse we seem to have is it could be one of these guys, Chad Frankenfield or Jacob Adams, could be out within the next couple of laps here with just how this race has been going. Or it could be both of them, you know, taking each other out. Certainly that would not be the most surprising thing we've seen tonight.
He's still the 15. He's off pace right there. And is he heading down the pit road? Did the 15 have enough gas to even make it?
Interesting. So I pitted lap 284. I thought they'd be able to make it.
That'll be interesting to note there. 284 to 284 to 360. That's 82 with at least enough. What would you call it? We had a caution in that, didn't we? Or have we been green since then?
I'm pretty sure we had a caution there. No, I guess not. Wow. Oh, but he misses pit road for Jacob Adams. That's huge.
He does. He does miss pit road. We have seen that. We've seen that from Denny Hamlin. I've seen that from Kyle Larson. This is a tough place to get onto pit road, and that means he has definitely lost touch on getting there. So that's going to lose some time for Jacob Adams there. The question is, does he decide to bail on that strategy? Does he perhaps just stay out? Can he limp the thing home and perhaps try to get this on fuel mileage? No, he'll try again, but the 25 car was a big miscue, and that will mean the lead should very well go back to Chad Frankenfield, or does somebody else hang on?
Yeah,
see Gerald Campbell with an issue. He gathers it up.
So Campbell, Van de Sant, all on that same strategy as well. We'll see if they're able to make it in. It might be a short pit from Adams and Frankenfield if they think they can't make it. I thought they'd, you know, it'd be close. I thought it'd be a fuel mileage raise. I didn't think guys would be pitting this early. That's surprising to me, honestly. You know, given the information we were given, if you can run 80 laps around this racetrack, it's an 83-lap run to the end. I'd save that fuel more so than come down pit road. I mean, it's a minute lost down by coming down pit road. It doesn't make sense.
Nothing in this race makes sense.
That's
there.
Very true. You know what? Extremely true. So Jacob Adams, comes out a ways behind Chad Frankenfield. It's going to be probably about 3, 4, 5 seconds now. A huge amount of time lost for Jacob Adams. So assuming Campbell, Van de Sant, and Burrell all have to come down pit road to fill up with fuel. My guess is, it will be Chad Frankenfield's race to lose here, realistically.
We'll see. I'm not so far. It's not so far-fetched that one of these guys perhaps up front doesn't try and save some fuel. I can imagine the 37 car not try a desperate move just to try. Even if we get a caution flag to come out, these guys would restart just right behind them.
His pace would indicate to me that he is trying to save fuel. I mean, a 31.7 that last lap, nobody's running 31s around this racetrack. You know, I mean, everyone's in the 30s or 29s. A 31.7, Ethan Burrell, unless there's that bad damage on this car, I think Ethan Burrell, 32.2. Ooh, he's also fighting.
You don't want to cause the caution.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Ethan Burrell's just struggling with that car or if this is a legitimate shot here for Ethan Burrell to pull off the improbable. And
you said it took a minute to get onto pit road, right?
Yep.
So Chad is currently a lap down to these leaders, right? Or how far behind is he?
20 seconds behind Ethan Burrell. And Alexander Van de Sant comes down pit road. So now it's just Burrell and Campbell out on the racetrack. Campbell is running high 30s. Ethan Burrell is running high 31s. Chad Frankenfield is running high 29s.
And can we assume did Chad take? Can we see what he took there? Was it 4 tires?
Chad Frankfield looks like 4 tires to me, yes.
It did take 4 tires, okay. So I don't know exactly how fast he was ahead, but that's going to be the worst scenario for Ethan Burrell here with 30 laps to go. He's definitely going to be caught, so I don't believe the strategy is going to work out in his favor, unless the yellow flag does come out.
Yeah, yellow flag would potentially save him there, but interesting. This is interesting how this is playing out.
It's also interesting that these people took 4 tires instead of what do you call it? Just a splash of glass and go. But we've seen how
the tires make a big difference.
Critical
here,
tires do make a big difference here, and there's still about less than 30 laps to go. So I think that is the right call. I'm just surprised that nobody else decided to do something different.
Yeah. What about Jerome Campbell? I mean, he's high 30s right now. So, I mean,
that would tell me that he has to come in. I think he's a sitting duck right here. I think you're absolutely right in thinking that it's going to be Chad Frankenfield's race to lose. And they're going to catch Ethan. He's going to catch Ethan here momentarily.
I think it's only a matter of time. Yeah. We'll see. I'm curious to see how this plays out, because the pace that Campbell is running right now indicates to me he's starting to lift, he's starting to slow it himself down. So he might be in less of an extreme save than Ethan is right now, but he might still be in a fuel save. 31, I mean, no one's running 31s, even this late in the run. We never saw anybody running this slow. It was normally, mid-30s is kind of where the peak of the tires was when you were kind of on a long run there. 30, I mean, yes, there's damage on the car, so maybe that, I don't know. I'm torn right now. I think both Burrell and Campbell are going to try and make it to the end here. I think Burrell will be passed. I don't know about Campbell.
Well, but the gap between Campbell and Frankenfield right now, to me, is 9 seconds?
Yeah, 9 seconds, but it's 12 seconds between Burrell and Campbell. So that's what I'm saying. I think Ethan Burrell will lose this race to Chad Frankenfield, assuming it's green to the end, 26 laps to go. Easily Chad Frankenfield's able to make it past. He's got the fresh tires. He doesn't have to worry about fuel. He's on his way. But Gerald Campbell? I don't know.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was looking at it. I thought he was 9 seconds behind Gerald Campbell, but it's 8 on top of the 12. So there it is, the 21. There we go.
So 21 seconds the gap from Gerald Campbell back to Chad Frankenfield. And now that can close very quickly, especially if it's 25 laps to go. As Campbell goes a little bit wide there.
Not doing himself any favors putting that car on the wall there.
Yeah.
Riding the fence in turn 4. He's going to lose a little bit of time.
Yeah, it does lose some time there, but has Tyler Fody now maybe to tow off of, I guess, around this racetrack.
Austin.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So, and it looks like it's Josh Adams who brings out this one, and there's 3 different possible replays for this. We'll see what we can find here. What happened to this 95 car? We might just see an engine blowout here, actually, is what it could potentially be.
Yeah, that's still sad.
That would be...
There's so much to be sad for this race.
Yeah, there you see that puff of smoke. It's game over. Engine, my guess is the radiator got destroyed in that crash with Scott Haney. And Josh Adams, impressive that he made it this far, but that engine just popped down the back straightaway. Brings out our caution flag here. And so Gerald Campbell will bring that car down pit road.
What's the second one?
Yep.
Ethan Burrell, he's going to try and fix that damage, but might not be day over for the 37 car, but we do know that saved him, and he'll be on equal playing field. I believe Chad will also be in.
So this plays into Campbell and Burrell's favor because, I mean, if you're Frankenfield, you've got to come down and pit. You've got to get fresh tires because they just ran 14 hard laps on those tires. The advantage is certainly with the guys who are pitting right now, so you've got to take this last chance at pit stop, take this last shot at tires. This race is completely opened up now. In
The
my
only
eyes.
thing that would make this race is if they all wad them up on a turn 2. That would put the icing on the cake. You're going to see a number of competitors be able to try and fix some damage here that they had. The 37 car, I think the 40 car will also be able to fix some damage. Chad should be able to leapfrog some of these guys that will be staying on pit road to fix that damage. See, Ethan Burrell finally be able to take care of that damage that he got on pit road. But Gerald Campbell, the reigning champion, looking for his first win of the season. Could tonight be the night?
Man, we'll see. This could be, man, this so strange the way this race has played out. I'm just at a complete loss.
Well, the good news is there, Saf, we are under 20 laps to go next time by. That's about 10 minutes of racing, and then we will have a very quick race interview before we must, all of us must go to bed here, at least on the East Coast here. It's about to be tomorrow.
Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah.
But you're absolutely right. I do think this race is still wide open.
Yeah, I mean, Gerald Campbell, damage on that car, but, you know, I think can be competitive with the same fresh tires. Chad Frankenfield, honestly, probably has the best car in the field right now. Daniel Martinez, don't count him out. I mean, running P3, he's been strong. I don't know if he has, again, the straight-up pace to beat the likes of Campbell and Frankenfield, but he can certainly be the man to pick up the pieces if these guys decide to collide with each other. It really is. If you are on this lead lap, and I think there's only 5 drivers really, maybe 6 or 7 that are sitting on this lead lap right now, you've got a shot.
Yeah, you really, truly do. We're going to restart with 19 laps. Gerald Campbell is the control car. He likes to start on the outside lane. We'll see. You see Daniel Martinez and Jacob Adams. I like where Jacob Adams is at least lining up. He has another shot out of it. I think he's a dark horse.
It certainly could have that option. Yeah, I mean, oof. All right, 2x2, 20 laps to go here. This will be a shootout potentially. Hopefully, this is the last caution of the night. It's going to be a battle between 7 drivers here on the lead lap to decide the victor of this Tilson Southern 500.
Burrell trying to get back into spot. The green flag is back out. Gerald Campbell hard on the gas. He stomps on the loud pedal, and he gets off to a great start. They're side by side for third. The 83 of Martinez all over the back of Frankenfield entering turn 2.
And Jacob Adams has to lift there through 1 and 2. That'll hurt his run off the corner. And here comes Daniel Martinez with a move on Chad Frankenfield. Martinez trying to make it to second position here.
Ethan Burrell with heavy front end damage there. That you would think would be a factor, but underneath that driver helmet is a man who's on a mission, and I think
and Frankenfield's in the wall!
In the wall! Frankenfield collecting Jacob Adams in the 25 car, and we could see that was coming. The whole back end of the 15 has been ripped off. It's in the fence, and 25 also with some damage. Caution 23.
Man, oh man. Wow. Wow. Just wow. I mean, it's always the best cars that are being involved. It's whatever the strongest car on the racetrack is at any given time is the car that's going to be involved in the crash. I'm calling it next. The next car to be involved is Gerald Campbell. I think he's the next strongest car on this racetrack, and I think he's going to be involved in this next wreck.
You're doing it wrong. We're not supposed to be calling the next wreck. That is.
I'm just blown away by the way this race is going. I mean, you had Burrell, You had Adams. You've now got Frankenfield. I mean, it's ridiculous the way this race is playing out. I can't believe this.
Not only that, it's heartbreaking to get this far. It's like one of my favorite songs from Linkin Park. They went so far, drove so hard, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. We are going to find out who is. Let me tell you, straight up. The lady in black. This is the girl who I would not be calling back after a night like this. Like, oh my goodness, she has been crazy.
Yeah, no, this has been a ridiculous night, and I think we're all going to need a bit of a break from. Not just from Darlington, but I think we're going to need a break from some 500-mile and longer races after tonight. I think within the span of 4 weeks, we've had the Daytona 500 and this Southern 500. I think we could use a nice long break with some hopefully short races. We've got, 200 laps, 200 laps, God help us, 200 miles at Indianapolis Motor Speedway next week. Hopefully that goes a little bit quickly. COTA. That could be an interesting race, the first race we've got there. Phoenix coming up. Iowa could be very interesting with the way these short tracks drive. And then Bristol Dirt Race, I think, might be the next one to pinpoint on your calendars as one of the long ones, I think, coming up. And then, of course, the 400-mile race that we've got coming up at Atlanta Motor Speedway before we finish off the regular season at Kansas.
It's definitely going to be a good series of races to watch there. What did you say was next week, though?
Next week, we've got the 200 miles at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
200 miles, though.
200 miles, so just 80 laps.
All right. For some reason, I was thinking 200 laps. I was like, that is the Indy 500. I am busy that day.
Yeah.
That would be woo. It's officially officially I don't even know what day it is. Thursday on the East Coast. This is a long race.
Well, we're hopefully about to close things up here within 15 laps to go. We'll see if these guys are able to make this the final caution flag of the night.
Nope. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were on break. I thought my mic was off. My business. But yeah, it's just been. It's definitely one for the memory banks. I'm definitely not gonna forget this one.
Yeah, we might want to. But certainly.
I know there's certainly a number of drivers who will.
Absolutely,
Looking at me like, what are you talking about? What? That never happened. That wasn't me. Please, no press.
All right. We're gonna get these guys 2 by 2. Down the back stretch. Lights are still on the pace car, though, so I guess we're going to have one more lap here before we get going.
Oh, man.
Oh, there was, that's because there was an accident in the back of the pack. What the heck happened here?
It's just another to add to our
under
list
caution
of things
as well.
that could happen.
What is this? What's the 25 slams into the 97? The 87, the 89, all involved in that. What happened there?
And that will definitely be a penalty by the 25 car.
It's got to be. I mean, what was that? Look at this. Just not paying attention at all to this field slowing down. What was that? And so that's going to bring that's going to, keep us going around here for another lap here. But, 5 cars involved in that because the driver didn't check up. This race. Oh, my gosh.
He was probably tired. He was probably tired. He didn't realize he was still on the track. I don't know.
Oof, the lights are out on the pace car. We need this race to come to a close here fairly soon here. I swear if we see a green-white checker, I'm not going to be okay with that. But, oh, we are coming down to it.
Oh, my goodness.
Gerald Campbell and Daniel Martinez, your front row here. Don't count on Daniel Martinez. I mean, he looked strong on that last restart. I think he can certainly be a dark horse and pull off a credible win for him and for his career if he's able to get this done. We'll keep an eye on this. But this could be a great restart for him and a great finish to a race for him. Gerald Campbell does go early, though. It's going to be recovery a little bit there for Martinez. And, yeah, that's Tyler Fode who got his hood back. So don't count him out either.
It's nice to see. I'd love to see the crew attach that one. But here comes Ethan Burrell. I don't think you can count him out. In fact, he's going to have a chance as the 83 car slips to the outside. Wide. Threading the needle is going to be Tyler Fode in the 40 car. He gets in front of Martinez. Here comes Adams looking with another chance underneath. All this side by side as the 37 car gets into the outside wall. Martinez is around. He gathers it up. We stand with the green flag. Fode up to second place. Here comes the 37 car. Ethan Burrell giving chase. But all this happening well behind the 31 car. Gerald Campbell trying. Oh, there goes Burrell. He's around. He's out of the racing surface. He backs it hard into the inside barrier.
Yeah, and we're going to stay green flag racing as long as he keeps that car rolling. And he does. So Ethan Burrell officially, I think, now out of this race there. There's, that car is no being helped now if we stay green here. 10 laps to go here. It's Tyler Fode versus Gerald Campbell. Could Fode pull it off after that huge amount of damage there from the car in front? It was Jeff Green who he got involved in a crash with, or could it be Gerald Campbell, who has actually been one of the cleaner cars as of recent, but was involved in a pretty significant accident earlier on in this event?
See if clean air or getting your hood back will be a factor as we get under the 10 to go signal from iRacing Control. The 31 car trying to do everything he can to keep that 40 car behind him at bay. He got loose out of that corner there, and that's where the 40 car has been so strong. In fact, he's going to take that run with a chance to dive underneath the turn 3.
Oh, they might touch here off of 4. They don't. Great driving by both of them, and Gerald Campbell stays in front off of 4. Great battle here for the lead.
Respect given by the 40 car did not make that a bigger issue entering turn number 3. But will we see that same attention to detail there at the end as the 31 car, another bobble? That is where he is losing steam, and that is where the 40 car is going to be able to capitalize. Maybe not this lap, but the next one for sure. The 31 car has to get off the turn 2 correctly.
Yeah, he's really struggling off of the corners in general. You see they're off of 4. Tyler Fode with the shot here. Campbell's best moves are going into the corners, but here we go. They're side by side through 1 and 2. Campbell in the wall. They're going to stay side by side, tapping sides, doors a little bit there, but Fode finally clears the 31 car down the back straightaway. Tyler Fode to the lead with 7 laps to go.
My goodness. Race that will not end. The 40 car looking to try and put the rest of the field that's left behind him in his rear view mirror. Now, I can say daylight again because it is truly the next day on the East Coast, even though we're still running on at night. But my goodness, the 40 car, if he can just make a couple more 6 perfect circuits. The 31 car not giving up. They passed the wounded car, Jeff Green, smoking on the apron at the stripe. 5 laps to go here at Darlington.
Yeah, Gerald Campbell still very competitive with Tyler Fode. That last lap, Campbell was in fact a little bit faster than Tyler Fode.
But he still continues to lose time on the exit of turn number 2. And that's when the 40 car has been able to maintain that gap throughout the next half a lap, which includes that start-finish line, which is looming closer and closer here. 4 laps to go this time by.
That gap increases a little bit again there. 0.3 of a second then between Fode and Campbell. I think this is going to go in the favor of Tyler Fode, barring any unforeseen circumstances here, which could certainly happen. But the pace-wise, Tyler Fode has this right now over Gerald Campbell. I'm impressed by the speed of this 40 car. I honestly thought his day was done after that hit earlier on. Then again, I thought everybody's day was done after most of the hits they had, so who knows?
It's definitely been, Darlington has given out more than just stripes to the entire field here tonight. There has been, I'd be hard-pressed. If I had a pit reporter, I'd like to go and find out what car has fixed the least amount of damage during the pit stop here for tonight. We know that 40 car is not one of them.
Yeah, no, 40 car has been through a lot, over the course of this past, 4 hours now as we're about to take over to, as we hit 2 laps to go here.
We all have been wanting to see one thing and one thing only, and that is the white flag. And if the 40 car can make it there, you see the 38 car. Oh, Wilkes got into the racing groove right there. He's just trying to hang on. But my goodness, that's the reason why my voice went up high an octave. But since we have gotten the race, we wanted to say this. The white flag is out. Chantala Foti in the 40 car. Hang on. Negotiating turn 2. That's been the tricky spot all day long. Running a paint scheme. Throwing it back to Sterling Marlin. No stranger to crown jewels. In fact, Sterling Marlin won his first 2 crown jewels in his career at the Daytona 500. That 40 car once again to victory lane with Tyler Foti, who survives the carnage here at Darlington. He tames the lady in black, and the Southern 500 winner is Tyler Foti here tonight.
Hats off Tyler Foti. I mean, what a drive. What an incredible job there from this driver to come back from that adversity and to come out here and to win this Tilson Southern 500. With all of that damage on that car, I mean, just wow. It was a long race here tonight for sure, but whew, we're glad it's over. And of course, for Tyler Foti, massive congratulations. He's great at these long races. We've talked about that. He knows how to stay in it, and he just showed us right there that this is why you never give up. You're involved in any kind of incident, you never quit. You never stop running that car, because Tyler Foti is a Southern 500 winner.
My goodness. I did not, 40 laps ago, he didn't even have his hood on his car. So, go ahead and burn it down here, because this is a race he is not going to forget. I don't think any of us are going to forget, but a well-fought battle there. Yeah, this one's for you there, Tyler Foti. I know that's a Budweiser slogan, but Coors Light will do.
And there you see scrolling over, just how many cars were out so early in this event. And just how much of a race of attrition this was. I think if we look at lead lap finishers, oh man, heck, you've probably got 5? Maybe?
Yeah, it's just
wow. The only word I've got for today is wow.
It's wow.
Yeah.
We're gonna get them in here. We see multiple people in the waiting room. They're waiting. The top guys, it's not gonna be. We both have to go to bed. I would like, maybe we can add them all in there where they can chat amongst themselves. But I know you have to go to bed here soon. We've got to go to bed.
Yeah, we'll bring them in for one question each, and then we'll have them a little bit short. So we'll start with our P3 finisher. Man, a wild race, Alexander, but you come home P3. A great result for you, but what a war of attrition this was. And to come home with this result after 500 miles, talk us through what you're feeling.
Yeah, that was a race of ups and downs. I can't believe I was there at the end and then able to pull off that pass. That was insane. Very very tough race. Lots of issues for me. Kept knocking down the wall. Got a lot of damage early on with another car. So I was down a bit on horsepower, and was 2 laps down at one point after missing pit entry on the green cycle, and but yeah, just came back and kept my nose more or less clean, and was able to had just enough pace at the end.
Well, congratulations there for your first podium finish of the season there. We'll give you a quick chance to shout out anything or anybody that you'd like there? We're going to move through these interviews quickly just because it's been a long night.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Big thanks to all the guys at Do Good Motorsport. We had 3 cars in the top 15. 3 cars in the top 10 actually, which is amazing. So also thanks to Raceverse and Happy Trails Chili Company running their livery.
All right, congratulations, 3rd place for Alex Van de Sant. Our next one is...
Oh, whoops. Excuse me there for a second, guys. Moved the wrong Alex out of the broadcasting room. I just said I moved the wrong Alex out of the broadcasting room there.
I was like, what on earth is happening?
Oh, man.
You guys seem way too tired. I moved myself into the broadcast.
I appreciate that. Gerald, man, P2 there. It was a hard-fought battle with Tyler, but just didn't quite have it there at the end. We can only speculate on the amount of damage on each of these cars, but talk us through. I mean, what was the car just missing something there for you at the end, or kind of what? Yeah.
I mean, and one of those long fuel runs, I just smacked the wall too hard, and from there, I mean, I didn't have any engine damage, but from there on, like in the center, it was too tight, and I was just watching cars be able to get on the gas pedal just a little earlier than I could all night from that point on. So I felt like, man, if Fody still didn't have that hood, I think I might have beat him. It's just when I picked the outside, I was thinking he still didn't have a hood, which I thought, I had him, I would have that beat just with straightaway speed to be able to stay in front of him and all the other people. I felt like I was already decently faster than. So, but with Fody with a hood, that fixed his only issue. He had great turn in and turn out, which just made it very easy to get around me. I tried my hardest to make it hard, but he was just able to get that bottom roll into to his advantage there.
What do you call it? I was gonna it was definitely an attrition race, but we want to give you a chance to respond back out to anybody you'd like to know. yeah. We didn't run the race. We didn't run the race, but
it's only I mean, you guys are tired. I'm here talking to you all. I'm still gearing to go. I want to get a second try. I want to get some tires and go back out and try to beat them again. So you guys are already tired. You just watched it, even though I don't know how many cautions we had. It was I knew it was going to be a battle of attrition. So my over and under today was 7 cars on the lead lap, and lo and behold, 7 cars on the lead lap. So it was to par exactly as I had expected it to be. So survival was the game. Just try to be up there for the stage points and just try to. I didn't want to show anything early on. I just wanted to kind of just find the spot in the track where there was no one running, and then just run in that spot there and just try to survive. So did that for the most part. Compared to a lot of other vehicles, this one still looks pretty good. I was really hoping to get a victory for this car. This was I don't know if you know the paint scheme or not. It's a monster truck. It's that's the Gunslinger monster truck. The driver of that was a Florida driver, and he passed away a couple months ago. And that was my favorite monster truck driver. So I thought, what do I need at a racetrack that I know it's going to be carnage? Something that's just going to roll right over them, and that's what I had today. I had a monster truck. It seemed to survive all the impacts that everyone seemed to throw at each other tonight. So. And at least I can look towards the end of the season as this is going to be a benefit towards that. So with these cars, there's just so much unknown going into it. So I have no idea if I'm going to be good or bad at the next track or the next track after the next track. So just making sure that I got a good finish here when it counts. So go from there and see if I can rack up some more, find myself in the Final Four again, and go for a 3rd championship.
All right, awesome, man.
Good job there, Campbell. Glad we had you tonight.
All right, don't have too much more fun. Talk to Fody, go to sleep, and hopefully you guys feel better in the morning.
We're hoping so.
Yeah. All right. Congratulations again, P2, man. Good run.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, and that means just one more driver here. We'll bring him in here. Our race winner. Improbable is one of the words I would have used here, especially when we saw the open engine bay of this number 40 car at some point in this race. But Tyler Fode, race winner of the Tilson Southern 500 here. I mean, just what was that race? And at when you hit that 38 car, did you think you'd ever see victory lane?
No. I don't really remember anything after 20 to go, other than dodging a couple of big wrecks early on and smashing into Jeff. But yeah, I don't know. That whole thing, we were coming up on Jeff, and I guess Ethan got into him. He got sideways, and I saw him coming up the track, and I thought he was going to hit Ethan and bounce away to the inside, so I just hugged the wall, but he just kind of got sucked in and stopped. And after that, we were down about 1,000 RPMs running just straight away. Limped it around, got the yellow, got it halfway fixed. We were still down about 50. Still didn't have a hood, and drove another 30 or 40 laps. I don't know what the run was, and I think it was Hank wrecked for like the 7th time, and finally got the yellow to come out, and I guess he got DQ'd for that. And then we came in, repaired it all, got the RPMs up to, I think we were only down 20 or so, and got the front end put back on it, which was huge, because I was dragging really bad on the straights. And after that, I knew between the 6 cars that were left, it was going to be me and Gerald really that looked the best. And I don't know what Gerald said, but it felt like he was also down on some straight line speed. But yeah, I mean, we're both just hanging it out there in the end. I got the run, ran him hard. Hopefully he doesn't think it was too hard, but yeah, passed him and then set sail. I can't believe I'm here right now.
Yeah. We were just joking. I was like, I can't believe he has his hood back. We were trying to figure out how that
Yeah,
I'd like to see the iRacing animation on that. They need to put that in the next update.
Yeah, I don't know where it came from, but I'm glad we got it put back on.
Well, you're in the playoffs. I mean, you've taken a load off tonight here as far as a step in the right direction for your championship hopes here tonight. But how does this win change things as you now look into the rest of the season?
Well, it's definitely a relief, and it's some much-needed momentum. I had the pole at the 500 earlier, and I don't think we led but 1 lap and got caught up in a wreck. Then had to miss New Hampshire, then came back for Michigan and tried to save fuel to the end, ended up not working, ran out, finished 20th. The whole Cup season's just been kind of terrible. So to win tonight, especially this race, is huge. I'm hoping to carry that into the other series too, but more importantly, try and build off of this and maybe get a couple more Cup wins. But yeah, huge relief and happy to get it done tonight.
All right, give us some shout-outs here before we let you go.
Yeah, the Lake Norman guys for hanging in there this whole night. Yeah, I mean, I think Jeff and David was down 18 laps the entire race and got 14th, so heck of a drive from him. Jeff Green too. I mean, half the team at one point or another didn't have front ends on, and Jeff I think got 11th still. Hank kept fighting. Dylan had a short night. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you guys too for sticking through this. I think we hit the lap limit that Ethan had set out for y'all, so happy to do that. Always fun to watch these back with y'all up in the booth, making it interesting. Shout out to Blue Egg also coming on the car this season. Shout out to Goody and Miss Goody's Goodies for throwing together this the throwback to the Silver Bullet, Sterling Marling. Yeah, I don't know. We'll be back next week, hopefully building off this and getting more wins.
All right, man. Congratulations again. Big win here. Long race, but you persevered through all of that chaos.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, congratulations to Tyler Fode here. Woo! We go to another crown jewel track, the Brickyard 400, and we return back to the Oval next weekend, which is now, or not next weekend, but in 6 days, not the traditional 7. So we're already 1 day closer. But Rasav, I'll let you end us with your ending thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long one. You know, you expect that from the Southern 500. I mean, so many twists and turns in this one. You know, if I ever, have 4 hours to spend, I might go back and watch this just to figure out what happened. Because if you ask me what happened in the first stage, I honestly could not tell you. Just like what Tyler Bodie said. Yeah, I mean, it was a long night. The drivers did a great job getting through it. We did a great job getting through it at times. But no, it's another great race here, and we'll kind of continue to evaluate this next gen car. That's what this season's all about. And this was another test for it.
Yeah, it definitely was. It's a test of patience, a test of strength, of just being able to make it here, and a test of truly being able to love this sport enough to run the laps that we have and carry on and continue to see the racing that we did. But it's been a long night. We won't keep you more than we already have. I want to thank everybody, including Chad, for putting on such a great event. We'll see you next time at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time next Wednesday here for the Brickyard 200. So congratulations to Tyler Fody. He is the winner of the Tilson Southern 500. The Lady in Black. We'll see you next time.